Welcome to the Bat Wing. Be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the notification bell.
Who rang that bell? We did.
Be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the notification bell. Be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the notification bell. Be sure to like, subscribe, and ring the notification bell.
All right, some challenges. We crashed, but I'm back, trying to work it out. Murphy's Law. All right, so we're gonna continue with the mapping of the MIDI notes to Microsoft Flight Simulator controls. I'm your host, Nick Arthur Knight, aka Night Bat 341. We're gonna do our best to get her underway and get her done. All right, it's looking like most things are under control. I'll bring that audio level down a little bit. See if we can get this show on the road. Perhaps the plane off the ground. I'm gonna go ahead and switch on into Meta VR mode. And hopefully this time I've switched airports and I reversed the route, because I'm not sure if it was something at Princess Juliana which was causing our crash. But the main goal here is to make sure that we can interact using the MIDI controllers, buttons, and air traffic control. All right, so during the last broadcast, prior to the crash, I was getting ready to try to open the VR menu, which it's there. It looks like it's trying to resolve itself, figure out what it's going to look like. It's a little flat right now, but mostly functioning. And that's why I'm mapping MIDI. Every time I interact with this menu, I'm remembering that, A, if I'm flying, I don't want to pick up a controller. I do not want to reach for a controller. So I want to use the MIDI keyboard instead. And I'm even trying to get the beam to show up on this controller, and I'm having troubles with that. So, you know, it's fun to be able to say, oh yeah, I can fly in VR, but it's not fun when you're dealing with glitchy stuff. All right, so right now I want to put the controllers down in my controller holder. And I want to make sure that this tray is not too low, so I can not collide with the controller. All right, looks like that's safe. This one feels safe. All right, good. Reset my view. All right, so I have mapped 8 MIDI buttons. These 8 to air traffic control selections or options or choices. Right now there's only one. So that's button 1. I think that's, I don't know, maybe an E0 or C sharp. I don't know. It's on the impact controller, but we'll look at that in a bit. I'm going to hit the button that I know it should be. I heard the sound, but I don't see the selection being activated. And that, I think the first order of business is going to be mapping this focus button to make sure Flight Simulator has focus. See how it currently does not? Click it. It is now the focused application. Alright. And unfortunately, I should keep that broadcast window out front somewhere so I know what I'm streaming. Yep. Because I crashed, I do not have MetaQuest Link app running yet, which means I'm not casting. Alright, so I will bring open, but I never find it that way. Alright, MetaQuest link and developer hub. Alright, device manager, cast. Alright, now OBS should show that I am casting, and it does, which is a good thing. Alright, so OBS, I have to keep that around, otherwise I could be talking to no one. Alright, and it looks like we have broadcast. I will pin this window. I will move OBS out from in front of it, although I really don't have to. But the main thing is I don't want anything obscuring that window, so I can quickly give the app focus. Alright, so that is pinned and available. And this desktop is pinned and available. Focus the app. My audio probably should be available at all times. It is a broadcast after all. Alright, and that ought to do it. Okay, so to recap, I have mapped 8 buttons and I have given them click sounds in Studio One version 7 Pro. All 8 buttons triggered, and unfortunately the communication did not occur, but I think I know the reason. So now this is just part of setup, which is gonna have to happen before a flight sim session. It'd be nice to write a shell script or PowerShell script to do that, but I need to make sure that I have MIDI key to key running, which is this, and I have to have it started, and I have to tell it, listen to that port correct. Now, when I hit the button, I should be able to see the data. All right. So I know that it is doing its job. That's fantastic. Now, I also want to validate that I do have these options mapped, and I do. So in this particular case, I'm trying to get that one to fire, which is ATC panel choice 1 test. And I'm assuming that it's working. And that's just supposed to send out that D1, which is the key press of the number 1 key. So, I would suspect that I would find that not only does that not work, but if I hit the keyboard itself, it won't work. And that is the case. But let me make sure the focus has been given. Okay, so now it did work. So now that I got it to work with the regular keyboard, it should work with the MIDI keyboard. All right, now I need to double check the audio because I don't hear any air traffic chatter. So I'm gonna hit escape on the keyboard, and I'm gonna look at settings because I did alter the audio settings to capture sounds yesterday, and I didn't turn it back up. All right, so here they are. Character voices, 100%. Aircraft engines, maybe 90%. Miscellaneous, 100. Cockpit, 100. Warnings, they're pretty obnoxious, 80%. Other aircraft, 100. Environment, maybe. Other aircraft, I'll bring that down. The stuff that annoys me, I'll bring it down. User interface 100, music 0, and multiplayer voice chat 100. All right, that should be good. And then save and resume. All right. Now, unfortunately, the communication panel decided to do some weirdness and get very wide for no good reason. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and move it back into position. And now, the hope is that if I hit the button, chat. I heard it. However, I didn't like the volume. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to do that on the desktop. And I think that's because this is maxed out. Oh, it's on the wrong monitor. Windows Shift right arrow. Move it on to this monitor. All right, again. So increase the volume. And then I'm gonna hit that MIDI button before I switch back out. Okay. See, nothing's happening. The app doesn't have focus. Focus. That's the next thing I'm going to map.
Tango Foxtrot Juliet traffic nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to runway 10.
Alright, that's good enough. So now, what I need to do is move all of these windows again. Focus and move. Alright, cool. So I know that that one works, right? So I need to move that landing gear. Alright, I'm not landing gear, the brake. I had to release the brake. Okay, so brake has been released. Alright, let's see what our story looks like to communicate with air traffic control. Alright, so we're looking for 55 knots. Little right rudder, and just poke the nose up a tiny bit and it'll jump up for you. Alright, so we just took off and tune approach and nearest airport list. I want to do neither, but I'll tune the approach. Yeah, I definitely have to practice with this to know where my buttons are.
Approach Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is type Cessna Skyhawk, 1 miles east of Sierra Bravo Hotel 500 feet. Request flight following. Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 approach. Squawk 6701. Squawk 6701 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910.
Now, I didn't change that.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 radar contact 2 miles east of Sierra Bravo Hotel 1000 feet QNH 101 tree.
This just got big by itself.
Roger Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910.
Now, I did have to reach for the controller to fix that window. I had no other option. So I'm disappointed that they made me pick up my controller. Alright, so now if I hit button 2, I should be able to see the nearest airport list. St. Bart, Gustav III, Grand Case, and Princess Juliana, right? If I hit button 4, I chose
Juliana Tower Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is 18 miles southeast 1,100 feet with Charlie to land. Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 Juliana Tower. QNH 101 tree enter left traffic runway 10.
acknowledge.
Enter left downwind runway 10 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910.
Let's request landing direction, airport direction.
Juliana Tower Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is unfamiliar with the area. Request directions to the airport. Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 airport is 11 o'clock 17 miles.
Soon ADIS. ADIS? I call it ADIS. Copilot says, I'd like a button to launch Copilot in voice only mode so I can talk and ask questions. That's another item, because typically when you launch Copilot, it launches in the windowed mode, and then you have to hold the mouse and click something. But I want it to be as easy as, Alexa, what time is it?
It's 2:04 a.m.
So if I can't get her to behave like Alexa, I'll put a mic in front of Alexa. Oh, wow, I'm gonna put my secondary mic in front of Alexa, and I'm gonna route her into the DAW. And Copilot, I guess I have to kick you to the curb until I need to work with you in windowed mode. But I actually subscribed thinking that, number one, she would respond every time I ask a question, and she doesn't. You know, I mean, I like Copilot. It's a really wonderful tool, but if it's not always on like Alexa, yeah, that shit is just useless to me. But thankfully, I'm not reaching for controllers to talk to air traffic control, and that's the thing that you'll find yourself doing the most. Like, this is a short flight, but suppose you were overflying other runways or touching down and taking off at other runways along your route. Reaching for that controller, man, I don't want to do it. I like having this MIDI controller right here next to me, so I can just, you know, hit a button and say,
Juliana Tower Nightbat, 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is unfamiliar with the area. Request directions to the airport. Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 airport is 11 o'clock, 13 miles. Juliana Tower Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10, cancel landing intention.
now suppose that was a mistake, right? And then I said, let's do a touch and go. No, they didn't do it. I mean, they triggered it, but the application didn't do it. Princess Juliana.
Juliana Tower Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is 12 miles east 1,800 feet with Charlie to land.
Touch and go.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 Juliana Tower. QNH 10 1 tree enter right downwind runway 10. Fly right downwind runway 10 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10. Juliana Tower Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 1,800 feet for touch and go. Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 Juliana Tower. QNH 10 1 tree, make right downwind runway 10. Fly right traffic runway 10 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10. Juliana Airport information, Charlie 0800 Zulu. Wind calm, visibility Niner, sky condition clear, temperature 15, dew point 1 tree, QNH 10 1 tree 25, visual runway 10 in use, landing and departing runway 28, VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact, you have Charlie.
Okay, now I must have knocked some stuff off my tray. Because it's feeling quite empty. I was looking for the mouse. Yep, I did. I have to Velcro. I got a whole lot of Velcro, but where's the mouse and the MIDI controller? I'll get that next go round. But it is a much smoother experience not having to reach for anything. I should be able to put it down as long as this ATC panel doesn't auto resize again. I should be good. So foregrounding the application, I need a button for that. Then I want a button for air traffic control on the MIDI controller, the cord that fell on the floor. That's the next thing. And then eventually I will get to mapping all these different camera views. Maybe not those in particular, because in this aircraft, these are pretty decent. I already did this aircraft. But I'll add a bunch of custom views. What's my airspeed? 86 knots. Alright, I'm gonna start pulling back so I can introduce flaps. Like all of this stuff, like flight controls, right? Like those flaps. I already have that mapped. Well, yeah, camera views. That's going to be the next thing, to make it so that I can jump right back to this view when I'm stuck. But see, that's the thing. If you move the camera in your primary cockpit view to look at instruments, so I do want to map instrument views, because I don't really want to be adjusting this main camera view. Because if you're in a weird state, like if you're looking around other views like that, and then you want to jump back to the main view. I'm like, oh man, I'm in trouble.
500.
Like if I do this and then I do that, this reset button is just resetting it to where I left it. So I would like an instrument view that looks around, you know, at different screens that I could set buttons for, other than these primary look out the window views. So I want custom views set. Some of them for, you know, cool cinematic views, and some for instrument views. But I would suspect this aircraft probably has some cool instrument views already set up. I just don't have any buttons mapped for it yet. So that's going to be a to-do list item. I need to adjust the trim. That looks like a pretty steep approach. I don't know. Like, here's an opportunity to use my 3/4 views. I'm looking for a runway. I have a gist of where it is.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner, 10 line com, clear touch, and go left traffic runway, 10. Cleared for touch and go runway 10 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner 10.
I'm pulling back on the throttle. Try to keep it around 3 degrees. I want a negative vertical speed of about 300 feet per minute. I'm dropping at negative 650, 400, 300. I'm fine.
$500.
Where's the wind? The wind's blowing me to the right. I'm high and over the threshold. I'm cutting throttle.
Stall. Stall.
And I'm down. Apply left brake. You see the window extend itself by itself? That would be a call for me to have to reach for the controller. But hopefully that's a bug they'll fix. Like at this stage right here, I probably need to contact ground. But I said I wanted to touch and go, so I lied. I opted to full stop. So now I want to see why, because I wanted to actually get back to work. I know that the ATC buttons work. But now I don't have any more communication to respond to. Like the actual mechanics of flying is pretty simple. And if you follow the patterns, they give you all day to be stable on your approach. The main thing is just to manage your throttle. It's like if you're driving a car and you gotta kind of, there's traffic up ahead of you and you just start applying, let's say you're driving with 2 feet and you apply the brakes, but you got your foot full, on the gas pedal, you're not gonna slow down, right? So it's like the same principle. It's sort of like, hey, you're going in for a landing, you gotta manage that gas pedal or the throttle. But if you take out too much, the only difference is if you get off the gas on the highway, you're gonna slow down a lot. And if you're in the fast lane, you probably don't want to do that. I mean, that's probably the equivalent of stalling an aircraft. Like being in the fast lane and not giving it any gas. Right? You only want to stall when you're about to land, like a few feet off the ground. Right? So you have to manage the throttle to get, and you have to know which airplane you're in, because they all have different stall speeds. But anyway, there's that. Okay, so we're back on the ground. I have to pick up the controller, and I need the beam, and I need to resize that. I wish they would improve upon their menu for VR users. Because, it's like, maybe they're mad at me. They're like, wait a minute, you're going around the menu system. You're using MIDI controllers to talk to ATC instead of your touch controller. And I'm like, well, listen, I already have one hand for a throttle and one hand for a joystick. Hold this joystick and hold this throttle from Logitech. I don't really want to go reaching for an Oculus Touch controller in the dark here, because I don't know where I put it. It fell. So this MIDI controller is literally 2 inches to the right of my joystick. And I got 8 buttons plus 2 over here to talk to air traffic control. And then I have 8 more that I was going to use for something, but then I changed my mind and I decided I'm going to use the core control because they're oriented vertically, like autopilot, flight director, heading altitude, nav, VNav, approach mode, back course, vertical speed, nose up, flight level change, and nose down. That's what I want to map in the next few minutes after I map foreground the flight simulator application so it can receive mouse input, which apparently it has lost focus up there right now, which means I would have to go into meta menu mode and click that window to give it focus so I could interact with it again. I gotta not let that be the case. Let's go take a look at the settings to see. Oh, can't interact because I'm in meta mode. Now I have to be in Microsoft mode. And then I have to go to settings and controls up top. And then I have to go to keyboard. And now autopilot. I don't know if that's in instruments and systems. I wish those scroll bars were much wider. Autopilot. Okay. Approach hold, control F3. Altitude. Control plus F2. Decrease. Control page up. Control page down. Toggle, hold, F3. Okay, so that's all for approach. What about airspeed? Airspeed hold. Altitude. Toggle autopilot altitude hold. Back force, not mapped. Flight level change. Control F9. Heading. Toggle autopilot heading hold. Control F5. So we need MIDI buttons for each of these. Localizer. Control F10. Mach hold. Control F11. Some of these we're not going to use because they don't apply to every aircraft. General. Autopilot master 1. Toggle disengage autopilot 2. Typically, I just use control 1. Bank, not mapped. N1. Autopilot in reference N1, so I don't use N1. I think you probably have to be in a jetliner for some of these to matter. Nav. Autopilot nav hold. Control F7. Pitch leveler. Not mapped. Speed. Decrease reference airspeed. Yeah, that these are jetliner things. Or maybe some other small jets, I don't know, but not in a Cessna 172 or some of the other planes I like. Vertical speed, toggle vertical speed hold. Decrease reference vertical speed and increase reference speed. Is that the same as doing the pitch? I think so. And it looks like there's an overload here. I wonder what is overloaded with. Decrease autopilot N1 reference. Okay, so it's the same button. Alright. And go back. Keep going. Wing leveler. Toggle autopilot wing of control F12. Alright. Auto throttle. Alright. I'm not using that. It's another maybe fighter jet slash jetliner setting. Keep going. Yaw damper. Not use, and G limiter. Toggle G limiter. Okay, so some of these autopilot settings are important, but now go back. I want the PFD and the MFD. Those are the two G1000 displays in our cockpit. I'm wondering, I see that there's nothing mapped to the keyboard. What about MFD? All right, there it is. The multi-function display. All right, let's take a look. This might be something I did. Heading decrease, heading increase. And FMS. Yeah, all of those buttons. Lower knob, upper knob. I hate trying to grab this gizmo. MFD altitude inner. All right, right now I want the buttons. Okay, so I'm in MFD. Let's go look. Mouse. Are we using the mouse on the MFD at all? No. All right. On my throttle. Looks like something's on there. Menu, push button decrease and increase. What? Joystick, MFD menu, push button, increase and decrease. What might that be? Menu push button toggle. Number 1. I don't know what that is. And I wish they would tell me what the buttons are. Would have let you know something. Okay. What about on my joystick? Let's grab and go. This is a very tedious process, but very rewarding when it's done. Logitech, no, not driving force. You better not be. Space bus, nothing. Touch controller, do I? Nothing. Nah, couldn't do anything there. It would have to be keyboard. Okay, so on the MFD, barometric setting, increase and decrease. MFD autopilot vertical speed. See, I'm going to have to make up my own. Now I'm beginning to get it. The MFD is used in aircraft that have them, but if you're in a steam gauge aircraft, then you need to map, and I think that's what I mean. Altitude. Can I type altitude? Maybe we should do it by function. All right, let's try. I'm trying to figure out the approach because it looks like I'm going to have to double up on the mappings, like overload. So if I say A, L, T, space, I, N, I wish I could do like a wildcard search. Altitude. When I have decrease, autopilot, reference altitude, and increase, and toggle autopilot altitude hold, that's like generic, but it does not apply to the MFD or the PFD, right? Select altitude above, Control F4, and then now here it is in the MFD and PFD. Okay, so the MFD buttons are here. And PFD buttons are not set, right? So here's all the MFD at the bottom, and PFDs are above. These are the altitude related buttons. Inner knob, increase and decrease. Inner knob set. Outer knob, decrease, increase, and set. Autopilot altitude button, decrease, increase. Autopilot altitude button, set, autopilot altitude button toggle. So I probably need that. MFD altitude, enter nav, decrease, increase, set, increase, decrease, set. So now, what's the difference between an MFD and a PFD? So now we need to do some research. So we got to do, because the actual mapping is just mechanical. Knowing what you're doing is critical. So we're going to know what we're doing, right? So we need co-pilot's help. Toggle co-pilot. Okay. Hey, I'm doing some button mappings in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, particularly as it applies to the MFD and PFD displays. I don't know the difference between them and which aircrafts have one or the other or both. Would you happen to have some representative aircrafts that you can teach me about the difference between the MFD and PFDs with? Also, I cannot use any YouTube videos because I am live streaming and don't want to get a content strike. So any documentation that you might be able to provide would be helpful if it were a PDF document provided by a Sobo or Microsoft, for example. Now that's a serious prompt right there.
Sure, I can help you with that. Difference between MFD and PFD. MFD, multifunction display, and PFD, primary flight display, are both components of modern glass cockpits, but they serve different purposes. Primary flight display, PFD. The PFD is dedicated to displaying critical flight information such as airspeed, altitude, attitude, heading, and vertical speed. It replaces traditional mechanical instruments with a single electronic display. The PFD helps pilots maintain situational awareness and provides essential flight data in a consolidated format. Multifunction display, MFD. The MFD is used to display a variety of information, including navigation maps, weather data, engine performance, and other system statuses. It can be customized to show different types of information based on the pilot's needs. The MFD complements the PFD by providing additional data that enhances situational awareness and decision-making. Representative aircraft with MFD and PFD. Here are some representative aircraft that feature both MFD and PFD displays. Cirrus SR-22. This general aviation aircraft is equipped with the Garmin G1000 glass cockpit, which includes both PFD and MFD displays. The PFD provides flight information, while the MFD displays navigation and engine data. Boeing 737. This commercial airliner features advanced avionics with both PFD and MFD displays. The PFD shows critical flight data, while the MFD provides navigation, weather, and system information. Cessna Citation CJ4. This business jet is equipped with the Collins Pro Line 21 avionics suite, which includes PFD and MFD displays. The PFD shows flight information, and the MFD displays navigation, weather, and engine data. Documentation for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. You can find detailed documentation for various aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 on the official aircraft manuals page. This page provides downloadable PDF manuals for different aircraft, which include information on avionics, including MFD and PFD displays. If you need further
Okay, a primary flight display. So that's the standard primary flight display for a Boeing 737. There's a layout. There's the altitude, nav, com, force barometer, range, FMS. So the PFD. I will map the PFD first. Here's the PFD for the Garmin G1000. And it says see also. If I long press that, open in a new tab, and then scroll, they didn't even show it. There's no image on that one anyway. However, the PFD on the G1000, all right. So this one has the PFD on the left and the MFD on the right. Okay. So if I'm flying and I want to control the buttons, I'm really concerned with the PFD primarily. Now, if I change buttons on the PFD, I want the same buttons in an aircraft that's not equipped with the PFD. All right, so I have an approach. So I'm going to focus on PFD right now. So we're going to go and I'm going to do altitude first, I guess. Control Shift A. Well, all right, you got to start. That's the first step. Why? Well, my brain's like, oh no, I don't want to. I don't want to. Go back. You got to do it. You got to take it one knob at a time. And it might be worth it to do it in this view. And since it's going to take a while, I was thinking maybe I should change the time to daytime, but I'm not. I wish they would stop resizing that. I think since they're going to inevitably continue to resize that, I'm just going to put this up over my head. Okay. Now, I know I have to keep giving this focus so I can get text input. So for now, I'll put you over there. All right. This is my research desktop window. And here's my displays. The keyboard, I'll put you out front and center. I'll take a deep breath and say, what do I need that I don't? I need to be able to reference the controls. So I am using true multitasking. I wish I did not have to go back and forth. That's my Zoom button. Okay. Let's see if I can I'll make this into some, whoops, autopilot. Altitude. Okay. Now, is PFD on here? No. Okay, so let's go back with the other approach. PFD. Because that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm actually looking at the PFD. Okay. What's the first button? Auto pilot and flight director. PFD, autopilot, altitude button. Autopilot, altitude button. This must be toggle. So now I'm looking for, I don't know. If I find a random ass keystroke, I need something with a number associated with it, maybe, so I could just do this in numerical order. Control Shift 1. Like, I don't know that I have those numbers available. But let's try, see if we can get away with that. All right, so this is the part that I dislike the most. First of all, this window seems narrow. Let's see if okay, at least I can read to the right when I hover. PFT altitude, autopilot altitude button toggle. I want autopilot first. That's the top left button. PFT autopilot. AP button. Set the AP button on the PFT. Toggle. This is the one. Now it says scanning, right? So I think I'm gonna be able to do it better if I find that mouse. All right, let me do that real quick. Where could it possibly have gone? Looks like it fell forward. All right, I'm gonna have to Velcro that in place. I'm gonna have to put my mouse on the pad. All right, I'm back. So, mouse and autopilot button toggle. I need to see the keyboard. I'm gonna have to choose. This. What do I do? If I click that and then I go to pass through, and then I hit Control-Shift-1 and go back, it got it. No overloads. Okay, good. I probably need to test it. So, hopefully that took. So now if I type Control-Shift-1, all right, right now autopilot is not engaged, right? Control-Shift-1. What did I just do? That sounded like I just disengaged it. But for some crazy reason, they just knocked me down. All right, I see pitch and roll, right? I don't know why they moved me and what that crazy noise is. I keep hearing that every once in a while. All right, let's try it again. I'm gonna do. Oh shit! Hold up. If the app has focus, look, I hate it. If you look the wrong way and you hit this button, it's been a while. I haven't done that dumb shit in a while. There. I need the keyboard to hit Control-Shift-1 so I can work. All right. Roll pitch. Control-Shift-1. I'm thinking that might be some other camera view command as well. But autopilot is indeed on. Control-Shift-1. Autopilot. So we got the right button. Because if I click on this button, it does the same thing, right? Yep. So now we need the flight director on off. That pink chevron is the flight director. Off. On. So we need a button for that. Control-Shift-2. Mouse. I have to start reaching for stuff so I learn where it's at. But unfortunately, do I have focus? I do have focus. But it's not taking on that menu right now. So what's up with that? So I swear they drive me up the wall. That says scanning, scan canceled, right? Mouse. I need Control-Shift-2. Can I go pass through? Control-Shift-2. Now, what just happened? Let's go look. Control Shift 2 plus caps lock. Is you serious? And let me ask a question. That might have been a very interesting discovery. Let me turn that off. I want to know if I can say in caps lock. But forget that for now. All right, so I'm going to go back. Okay, so that's the approach button. But I don't want that to be approach. I want it to be PF2. So let's say approach is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 0. All right, I'll tell you what, I'll make approach heading button will be 2. I'll do heading button 2. Autopilot. I need PFD autopilot. I'm trying to figure out if there's a faster way. So that approach button, this one, I want to delete. Let's do that first. Okay, good. All right, so I said I want the heading button next. I'm going to do it down the line in order. So heading button. PFD autopilot heading alphabetized. Toggle. I don't even want to scan. I know what I want it to be. That might just be the easiest way to go about it. Control Shift number 2. The next button down is the PFD autopilot now. Toggle. And that's going to be Control Shift 3. And go back. No overrides. Good. The next button down is approach mode. Control, autopilot, approach, toggle. Oops, let me go back. PFT autopilot approach button. I want the toggle. That should be Control Shift 4, right? And back. Alright. The next one is the vertical speed button. PFD autopilot vertical speed. Up, up, down. I want button. Right, toggle. Increase, nope. Toggle. Control Shift 5. You sit down and you say to yourself, is this shit worth it? Not while you're doing it. Only when you finish. And then you come back and hopefully get to fly. Like you have time in your schedule to actually, because it's gonna, I mean, I'm glad I don't have to sit there and try to type all of that. There's no way you can have fun flying if you had to, which one am I trying to do? Control Shift what? That's why it's nice if you can look and physically press the button, right? And that's why people buy these panels and they build themselves a sim pit, right? But you'd have to have a pass-through portal so you could look at your cockpit, and then you're kind of locked into. I'll fly any plane that has G1000. If it has a G1000, I'm not flying it. Why? Because I'd have to have like some kind of a box I could put on my desk that has these two. And then, you got a different cockpit. And you'd have to remove that box and put another box down with a different set of panels on it. I mean, lots of planes use the G1000, MFD, and PFD. And then, if you're flight simming for airliner practice, then you'll use whatever they have, right? But once you make a choice, and you plop down, that credit card, or, you write a check, or whatever it is you do. Well, I got a room in it, in all of the cardinal directions, I have a different sim pit. I got one for helicopters, one for gliders, one for general aviation, and one for Airbus A320neo study level cockpit, right? But mine is virtual. I got a MIDI controller. I can fly anything. I'm not buying none of that shit. Somebody would have to send me something. They'd be like, "Hey, we'd like you to review this pit and show us, make videos of you setting it up in VR." Only if I get to keep this shit, because I'm not just wasting my life for a review. I want the pit and the money. I want the whole pit and poodle. Pit and caboodle. There's some people that do that shit just to be able to try it out. I'm not trying nothing you're taking away from me. I know better. I'm gonna sit here and get hot. Have 4 fans running. Yeah, we'd like you to do a review, and then just go ahead. We'll send you the return shipping labels. Fuck that. You keep that shit. Give it to somebody else. Why? I know better. It'll take a week to map the buttons, man. Just like, well, but you're good at it. You just did 1,000. How about another 1,000? Maybe like, yo, man, what you trying to send me to, one of them crazy farms? What if he lost it, man? He's mapping buttons, trying to find, non-conflicting keystrokes. All right, that was my break. I'm losing it. What the fuck did I just do? I don't even know what button I'm on. That was the autopilot vertical speed button. The next one down is flight level change. Toggle, okay. Autopilot, it was easier with the mouse. Just use the scroll wheel. PFD autopilot flight level change button toggle. Alright, well, I know I'm in the vicinity. Is this it? Toggle the autopilot flight level change button. Correct. What number? I know it's Control Shift something. How many have I done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I must be looking for 6. Control Shift 6. Alright. And go back. What's the next button? Flight Director, top button, second column. First row, second column. Yeah. Row by column matrix. First row, second column, Flight Director. What is it? It's the PFD Autopilot Flight Director button toggle. Toggle the autopilot flight director button on the PFD. What is the number? 7? Control Shift. Pick a number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is 7. Go back. No conflict. Good. Next button. Altitude button. Toggle. Alright. Autopilot. Toggle PFD. Autopilot. Altitude. AA. not approach, but ALT. PFD autopilot. Altitude button. Toggle the autopilot altitude button on the PFD. Control shift A. I should sing them so I'll remember what I sung last. A. Go back. I would have a conflict if I messed up anyway. Vertical nav. Toggle auto PFD autopilot V. Vertical, not speed, but navigation is usually the last one. Is that toggle autopilot vertical navigation button on the PFD? Control shift 99999. Go back. That was VNAV. That course, I'll probably never use it. 789 0 back course travel to autopilot back course 1 toggle on the PFD, a button I'll never use. Can't say never. 0 control. I wish we had more numerical buttons like 11, 12, because now I'm gonna run out of options here. I gotta do control shift something other than numbers. Alright, so 0. No conflicts, good. Alright, once I did that course, I need to do the vertical speed up and down buttons. Now I have to look. That's probably very unfortunate. Why? Because I don't really want to go reaching for something else. A knob, like something that I'm not going to be able to find easy. So I think I might have to find out what buttons do I really not ever use if I'm in autopilot. And just say, I don't have that button mapped. Let's see. Why? I like the fact that I could look at these and they're in order. Autopilot, flight director, heading, altitude. All right. Why? I'm going to autopilot and I want to be in heading mode. Autopilot, altitude. Turn the flight director off. Turn it on. I hardly ever disable my flight director, but it is a really key feature. All right. Nav and VNav, definitely I want those. approach I use. Back course, I could almost deal without. But I do need vertical speed and I do need flight level change. So I think I'm gonna take a knob for nose up, nose down. Like, let's say I want to nose up, nose down, and then I come down here to toggle vertical speed. Boom. So if my hand is over here, if I'm on here, now I'm thinking to myself, what's the circumstance? I'm in autopilot, so my hands are kind of free. I might keep them on the stick just in case. I might rest them on the tray. If I'm getting ready to do vertical speed, I'm in a takeoff situation, maybe. Or I might be getting ready to descend, right? So now I'm like, well, I want to nose up and nose down. Now, I do have a thumbstick that I use for flaps, and then I have this other hat. And I forgot what I'm using that for. Let me go outside. I hear something. But I don't see anything happening outside. But I do hear it when I hit it. I'm getting no indication of change. I think that's aileron trim or elevator trim. All right, let's go at it a different way. I have 3 switches here on the side. I use this and this to change the bug. So that's really heading. And this one is altitude. And the other thing that would need to be changed would be vertical speed up and down, which could be this button. But I've been using, what have I been using this one for? Time out. Can I search by input? Yeah. All right, tell you what. I might solve the problem and just have to use the throttle. I'll put the PFD search in there again, but for now, I want to search by input. Can I? First, the one that I didn't know what it was. I think I have to keep my hand on the mouse. It's not doing it. Let's put my hand on joystick and then try elevator trim down. That is my elevator trim down. Nose up and nose down. I can't overload that. Why? Would that have like some kind of a doubling effect? Like if I'm not in autopilot mode, it would do my elevator trim. But if I'm in autopilot mode, it would do elevator trim and nose down, which would probably double the nose down attitude change or something like that. I'm not gonna overload that one. All right, let me try a different button. Throttle. Decrement spoilers. Increment. Like, I'm not using increment, decrement spoilers for anything. I don't even fly aircraft that have that. But I'm gonna put vertical speed on there. PFD. Now, decrement and increment. But what's the difference between this? That's a toggle. That's a toggle. I don't understand what makes this different from the other one. Push the autopilot vertical speed up button. I think that's what I mean. I need to push it. I made a mistake. Go back. I need to just physically do it. And I need to push the vertical speed down. All right, now let's try it. Vertical speed mode. That makes sense. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And -1, 2, 3. There. All right. That is way easier to do because I'm trained to do that for the altitude. And for the heading. So there's no hunting, pecking, or guessing when I need to do that. So that's the difference. Now, but in terms of autopilot, flight director, heading, altitude, nav, VNav, approach, back course, vertical speed, flight level change, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I still have 2 buttons behind me, 7, 8. And then I have flight director, altitude, VNav, back course. I do have room on my pad. So what made me lose my mind and decide that I wasn't going the full way? Because I thought I was going to need to use a knob. Why did I think I was going to use a knob? And why did I think that I was running out? I just seriously tripped the foot. But let's say I didn't. Flight level change. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, and then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have 2 buttons free and 4 buttons free still on this strip. So that's 6 free buttons. I have 6 buttons that I need. Direct to, menu, flight plan, procedures, clear, enter. I'll count these 6 from the bottom. And I got a problem. Because it won't map exactly. I have direct to, I know what I'll do. I'll put direct to and flight plan as the last 2 on the left column. And then those final 4, clear, menu, program, and enter will be on that's it. And I'm done. And then I just need an FMS knob because I already have nav. No, I don't have nav. I have heading and altitude already mapped to the HOTAS and vertical speed to the throttle. I could do course and barometer somewhere else. All right, I have a solution. I have a solution. Now, my question is, let's do it with this. What happens if I hit direct to? Gotta move this out of the way. If I hit direct to, nothing happens over here. If I hit direct to over here, nothing happens, right? Let me hit the menu button and hit direct to. You see the, I can either use this one, which has more detail than that one. It provides the same functionality. All right, if I hit direct to again over here, and I hit it again over here. So here's the thought. If I map direct to both of these, then it's up to me which one I want to look at. And then if I hit menu, nothing. Menu, nothing. Flight plan, whoops, that's clear. You can either hit direct to and then clear, and then clear. So that functionality is the same. Direct to, hit direct to. So it's a toggle. Now if I hit menu over here and I hit menu over here, map settings, declutter, EFD, whatever, right? Menu and menu. All right, if I hit flight plan over here and flight plan over here, essentially I get the same info in an expanded format on the right. Right? Then I have what, the FMS knob. Clear, clear, clear. And I want to cancel. Over here, turn this knob. Well, activate. Okay. I think it's B9 if I bring them both up. I might need different FMS knobs to be safe. Because if I turn the, let's do on this side. If I turn the inner knob, active flight plan, that changes pages. This goes up and down the list. How do I go up and down this list? There's no notion of going up and down a list over here. That's going to change the code. Okay. I can at least look at it over there. So I think I'm going to map all of these buttons together. But I want to be sure. All right. So now if I hit enter, clear, nope, menu, menu again, clear. All right. Flight plan, hit the flight plan button. It's a toggle. Hit the flight plan. It's a toggle. All right, cool. Now, I get it. This one scrolls. Whoops, did I get the wrong one? Outer button. Yeah, that's a scroll, but it only scrolls as far as it needs to. And this one doesn't scroll because, well, it's big enough for the whole flight plan. But if I want to toggle it off, I hit flight plan. Hit flight plan. Procedures. Procedures. Press the prop key to view the previous page. I can select an approach. Which button do I need to do that? The outer button. What button do I need here? And hit enter. Select approach and hit enter. They definitely need separate enter buttons because the list is not in sync, right? Like that. Oh, it is in sync, right? That list should be the same. But that could get me in trouble. But we don't want to link the enter buttons for sure. Because this, if for whatever reason something is out of sync, yeah, no, don't, that's, you don't want to link the enter buttons. But I might want to link these knobs. Now, load and activate. Oh, unfortunate. How do I load or activate? Like if I hit that and I said I want to load or act, how do I get to load or activate? Like it's not ready yet. If I enter and I go up and down that is, and hit enter minimum limit, and then enter initial request books, enter. Oh, you have to get off the list to get to the mode activate. All right, what about over here? All right, enter, enter, enter. Suppose I leave that all alone. It's the outer knob that lets me load and activate. I don't know, it seems like I could link that knob, but just make sure that I only hit enter on the appropriate box. So clear seems to be relatively benign. Menu or approach. It's like that. Procedure. Image exclusive, but they let you see the procedures during flight planning. All right, this one clear or hit flight plan procedures. Okay, so I think it would be safe to say, and if I hit, I already said I can do direct to and menu together. I can do flight plan and procedures together. I should be able to do clear together. Because if nothing's open, it's benign. Enter, I think that one's the one that concerns me. And I'm fairly certain that I can gain those, but those 08. Do I want? I don't think I want to gain the enter that together. I may, because maybe not. But let's ask this question. If I'm in direct to mode on both, and I have these knobs gained together, I think I'll be okay. I'm gonna gang everything together and then break it apart when I discover there's a problem. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. But the enter buttons will remain separate. Okay, got a plan. I have a design. I'm going to stick with that and alter it when I discovered I went awry. All right. I'm going on the. I have 6 free buttons. I'm going to start at the bottom right of my vertical strip. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think so. I think I'm gonna take that direct to and menu button and stick them at the top. I gotta think this over. No, I'm gonna stick with the vertical plan. The what? The 2x2 side by side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, I can't. Okay, I get it. Do I? No, I don't. Jeez. I gotta find an approach that doesn't induce cognitive overload, or I'm gonna be defeating my purpose. Okay. I know that the functions that I would likely use the most are mapped appropriately. Autopilot, heading, nav, approach, vertical speed, and flight level change, they're all down this strip on the left, leaving me 2 buttons on the left. Bottom. All right. So, and then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, flight director, altitude, VNAV, and back course. Now, if I decided that I do want the vertical speed up and down, that leaves me an even number of buttons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buttons left. Is that true? Oh, wow. Are you serious? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, and that leaves me clear and enter in unmapped. That's really the least cognitive load. Is don't change anything. Just go down the list, and when you run out of buttons, clear and enter. You need to find 2 buttons somewhere. All right. What am I saying? Well, truth be told, I have another hand. If I'm in there, doing something that requires that amount of thought, what? Doing a direct to, let's go in there and think about that. If I'm doing a direct two, right? What do I actually have to do to pull that off? I have to start twisting the knob. Right now that says St. Martin. If I hit enter, they say activate or hold, right? So I gotta do a knob, one or the other, to do that, right? All right, if I hit enter over here, I have to move the knob to do either of these or move around, right? I have 4 stops on here. If I use the inner knob, I'm changing. That's the how many stops? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I definitely want to gain all that together. Those 2 knobs are going to be gained together. That's for sure. I may not want to gain the enter button. Okay. And I may not want to gain together the clear button. So I think I'm just going to throw those 2 buttons away and say those are so important that I want you to think about that. You're going to take a destructive action, clear, or potentially dangerous action, enter, right? That's data change. If you're going to do that, I'm going to reach up and hit these 2 pads up here. These pads. And just say, I needed a home for some buttons. Because this I'm trying to reserve for view only for movie making. This, I don't know what I want to do with that. This might end up being applications. Like, I need to open MIDI key to key. I need to open Studio One. I need to open, like foregrounding my applications. I think that's all I'm going to do up there. This is going to be dedicated to multitasking. But now, this is air traffic control. These buttons could be a stand-in. And I think that's going to be my, maybe, right here, because I'm making my changes, and then I move to my enter. I think these 2 buttons right here are begging to be used. They're like, you don't have far to go to make your choices. And I could find the corner right here and know these 2 buttons are right there. And in fact, I can make clear and enter separate. This is clear and enter for the primary. This is clear and enter for the multifunction display. PFD, MFD, clear and enter. I got it. And then that gives me the ability to I can still only operate with one hand. And I can go in the appropriate order to 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. And then I can reach up here to get the appropriate clear and enter. That's what I'm going to do. And then, since I know clear and enter is over here in this pen, if for some sad reason, and I think there is one, and it's unfortunate, while flying, right? It's not unfortunate because I now see, let's go ahead and get out, clear everything. Here's the situation. I'm on approach and I need to go missed. This button right here, there's two buttons that you need. You need this course deviation indicator, the CDI button, to switch, right? Now this dude, he doesn't have a CDI. I don't believe. Oh, well, you can enable that mode, I think. But typically you leave that in map mode anyway, right? Yeah, I don't even want to switch that around right now. Okay, so back. And there's detail levels. Do you want to see all the additional waypoints out there? Well, there they are. I might want a button for that. I have 4 buttons to play with above the clear enter buttons. One of them could be the map detail over there. If they let you even do that on the MFD. The other one is that I find that would probably be useful is the CDI button. And I think if you put this thing in that other mode where it's a backup, in case you had a failure on this one, then you would want the CDI. But I will worry about that when it ever happens. And this stuff, I would probably set up before the flight. I'm not coming in here to, like, you know, overcomplicate my map, my little display. But what I was thinking on here, let's go back. I need his map HSI. PFD options. Like this stuff, I'm not often using. But the OBS, that button and suspend is like when you're in approach mode and you need to say, oh man, I gotta go miss. Gotta go to the holding position, gotta hit that suspend. And then the CDI, you have to say, I'm flying in nav mode, GPS, or I'm trying to hit a localizer for ILS approaches. So this button has to be mapped, these two. So that's 2. On the left side, And then nearest is useful if you want to know what the nearest airports are. And unfortunately, when those alerts pop up, you would love to be able to hit that button to clear it without having to reach for a controller. So literally, like, all 4 of my buttons, 1, 2, 3, 4, could be the top row. And then that means that I don't have anything that I could use over here to change the detail. That would be something hey, if you don't want to see all that crap, you're gonna have to throw it away. You're gonna have to break down and grab the controller for that scenario, right? If I go direct to, nothing down below matters. Nothing down below matters. On my flight plan, I do see some VNAV buttons that I've not used. I've never touched these 3 buttons. So let's keep going. Yeah, nothing that's going to matter a whole lot on that side. So I do want this 1, 2, nearest 3. I said 4, so I missed 1. I don't care about the transponder and the ident. We always let the autopilot do that for me. The assistant. Oh, alerts. So OBS, CDI, nearest, and alerts. But I'll find numbers for those 4 next. Now that I know what I'm going to do. So I'm going to go ahead and implement the vertical speed up and down on that strip so that it keeps this the first 12, and then 14, 15, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and then clear and enter I'll have on this other pad right here. And then right above that will be the 4 buttons for the MFD. Okay. And then I'm pretty much good to go for today. I know I'm not going to get... What time is it? 4 o'clock. Yeah. I know for a fact I'm not going to be doing no camera mappings today. Instruments and cameras. Because, like, you're in a different headspace. This is more creative when I get over here. This is more multitasking when I get up here. And the good thing is that although I have knobs that I can use and sliders, I really don't feel a need. Although, okay, here, all of these knobs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think that will be drone camera, autofocus, and all that. But I'd have to be in desktop mode, which I am almost never in. Like, if I really wanted to get a shot and, change the exposure, whoops, change the exposure depth of field, that sort of stuff. That these knobs will come in handy, but again, they're over here on the Atom SQ, which I'm using to pick custom camera shots around the aircraft. So like if I landed here right now, I want custom cameras, and I think I might have to add aircraft CFG files to position the cameras. I've already done that in 2020 for only one airplane though. But you could create custom locations outside the aircraft. And then I believe I can still use these controls over here on my throttle to like alter my position relative to wherever those points are, to move the camera like way past, the aircraft. But then if I switch over to drone mode, just think about that. That's a whole different thing, because the drone can fly wherever it wants. So these knobs would be, drone, what do you call that? Well, camera controls for focus, all of those camera lens type things you can change. So, all right, that at least segments it, right? I don't ever have to reach for this unless I'm doing cinematography. And I only have to reach for the Atom if I'm in multitasking mode. And if I'm in because it's far away from me. If I'm in multitasking mode, I should not really be flying an airplane per se. And I have a foot pedal down here on my M audio right next to my rudders. And I'm going to use that foot pedal to focus the app. That's all it's for. I was thinking about using that for the brake, but I think I might be able to overload it. Parking brake. Why? Because focusing the app should be idempotent. I should be able to focus Flight Simulator anytime I want to. So when I hit the parking brake, right, I'm getting ready to fly. And if I'm getting ready to fly, I'm getting ready to interact with air traffic control and everything. So let's say you're at the, parking, you pop in and you're ready to get going, right? The brake is on. If I hit that pedal, I focus the app, I disengage the parking brake. If I hit it again, oh, that's a problem. It's a problem I had before. You can only put one sustain pedal on one M audio. All right. Yeah, I don't want that to be, let's see. Nah, that can't be parking brake. It would be nice, but focusing the app, I don't really want to go reaching for a button, especially now that the buttons closest to me are already in use. They have a plan. And it can't come from a controller to focus the app because it has to be MIDI. right? And I don't want something, because if I don't have focus and I need to do it in a hurry, hitting that pedal will be pretty useful. I don't want to let my hand off the controls, but if I need to give the app focus, I'm getting ready to do something that requires a MIDI input. So focusing the app could just be this button, or it could be that one up there. Let me see. Focus the app. Why? I'm feeling. Oh shit! What was that? I didn't even know that button was there. It could be that. Or this. But that's not triggering anything there. Okay. Oh no. Guess what I just discovered? These 4 buttons are on the same bank as these. The same notes are being output. Why? It's a DJ controller. But you would think that they would be different notes. I wonder if I could go into Record Box, change that, and then send it back to the device. But by default, that's the same notes. Let's see if I have any more free notes. This is the same as. That's unfortunate. That's a total waste of 8 buttons. That's the same as this. And this is the same as that. I'm gonna have to get a little bit deeper into this thing, into configuring this to break that apart, because that just broke my notion. Why? Because if I'm flying and I want to interact with this stuff, I don't want to be sending mixed signals to air traffic control. Damn, that's a, I was gonna say good one, but I wouldn't consider that shit good, because I just mapped out the whole thing in my mind and I know how I want to use these buttons. But that can't be sending nothing to ATC. I think that's gonna be bring up ATC panel. Why? Because I'm getting ready to talk to them. Oh man, I gotta split this device in half. Where's my ass? Oh no, that sucks big time. Let me finish. Okay, at least now I know I got some homework. I'll probably figure that out offline, because that's gonna be different. I do wonder though. I was wondering, okay, right now I'm triggering instrument, right? Impact in Studio One, and only one application can hold on to a MIDI device. So I would have to detach DDJ from Studio One in order to hook it up to a record box. But I would like to know if you could. I did see somewhere what the mappings are. Hold on. I'd like to, before I go running down the road, wasting my brain, I like to find out if I can get help from Copilot. Is she open? Hey, Copilot. I have a DDJ-200 from Pioneer. I would like to change the MIDI mappings. It seems that both decks are triggering the same MIDI notes, left side and right side, are using the same MIDI notes, and there are pads and buttons on both sides that are doing the same thing, but I want them to operate independently. So how do you change the MIDI mappings for the DDJ-200 from Pioneer?
To change the MIDI mappings for your Pioneer DDJ 200 and ensure that both decks operate independently, you can follow these steps. Download the MIDI mapping guide. You can find the list of MIDI messages for the DDJ 200 on the Pioneer DJ website. This document provides the mapping values for all buttons and knobs. Use MIDI-compatible software. The DDJ 200 works with various MIDI-compatible software, such as Rekordbox, Virtual DJ, and Ableton Live. Make sure you have the software installed and configured correctly. Open MIDI mapping mode. In your chosen software, open the MIDI mapping mode. This mode allows you to assign specific MIDI messages to different controls on your DDJ 200. Assign MIDI messages. Select the parameter you wish to control in the software by clicking it with the cursor. Move a control on the DDJ 200, such as a knob or fader, to assign the MIDI message. Repeat this process for each control you want to map independently. Save your mapping. Once you have assigned all the MIDI messages, save your custom mapping in the software. This will ensure that your settings are retained for future use. Test your mapping. Test the new mappings to ensure that both decks operate independently and that the pads and buttons on each side function as desired. For detailed instructions, you can refer to the DDJ 200 manual and the Rekordbox MIDI mapping tutorial. If you need further assistance, feel free to ask.
What's this? I need to search this better. 59. Tap the pad mode select button to select hotkey. If the track is playing on pause, press the performance pad to set the hotkey. Press select key. Hotkey. Oops. Yeah, I didn't like MIDI. Performance pads. Alright, this might be it. Changing the Bluetooth MIDI device name. It can't be saved. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. One, 16. Those are warm, but not hot. Using the unit as a controller for other DJ applications, the unit also outputs operating data for the buttons and knobs in MIDI format. If you connect the PC Mac with the built-in MIDI-compatible DJ application gear, the USB cable, you can control the DJ application with the unit. You need to set MIDI details in DJ application. For details, see your DJ applications user guide. About MIDI messages. For details on this unit's MIDI messages, see list of MIDI messages. You can find a list of MIDI messages from the Pioneer DJ website, pioneerdj.com. Shucks. Can you find the list of MIDI messages for this DDJ-200 at pioneerdj.com? Ah, here we go. Deeper. What am I reading? DDJ-200 MIDI message list. All right, give me some background. You see that? P1 through 8, but nothing mentioned over this song. We DJ and record box. DDJ-200 D1. Like, they're giving you some labels. MIDI channel assignment. MIDI channel is defined as shown below. 0x9 star is a note, and 0 Baker Bravo is a control change for Charlie Cherry. MIDI channel 1, MIDI channel 2. Okay. Now we got an issue. That's the problem. Deck 1, other than performance pad, MIDI channel 1. Deck 2, other than performance pad, MIDI channel 2. Then we have effects are on MIDI channel 5. Browser commands MIDI channel 7. The channel number in hex is 0, 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 15. All right, now deck 1 performance pad without shift. All right, it's MIDI channel 8. With shift is MIDI channel 9. So there, if you want to hit the shift button, you can. I'm not going to be holding the shift button or hitting pads, so forget that. But they give you basically 4 banks of 8, so 32. Okay, I get that, but they come out on different MIDI channels. So channel 8 and channel 10. Now we can validate that thought. Because I have to do something in Studio One in order to break those apart. And I think I have an inkling of what that something is. But I don't know how to do it or if you can do it. But I'm going to say sent, and then I'm going to hit one of those pads. And what do I see? That came in from the DDJ-200 on channel 10. And it was sent out to loop MIDI channel 1. And now if I do the other 4, it's also going to be sent out on channel 1. And that's why they're being gamed together. and that came in on MIDI channel 8. So MIDI channel 8 and MIDI channel 10. MIDI channel 8 and MIDI channel 10. So it's not their fault, and there's nothing to change here. It's Studio One's fault. Okay. In Studio One 7, I am looking at the MIDI monitor. My DDJ is sending 8 pad inputs to MIDI channel 8 and 8 additional pad inputs on MIDI channel 10. I can see those 2 channels being input in Studio One's MIDI monitor, but Studio One is sending all of those depresses out to my loop MIDI on channel 1. And that is causing the problem in my software that is receiving the input. So how can I force Studio One 7 to send to different channels and not everything on channel 1?
To change the MIDI channel output in Studio 117 and ensure that your DDJ 200 sends MIDI messages to different channels, follow these steps. Open Studio One, launch Studio One and open your project. Access external devices, go to Studio One Options, External Devices. Add new instrument. Click on Add to create a new instrument for your DDJ 200. Configure MIDI channels. In the Receive from drop-down, select your DDJ 200. In the Send to drop-down, select your loop MIDI port. Set the MIDI channels to the specific channels you want to use, e.g. channel 8 for the left deck, channel 10 for the right deck. Assign MIDI channels to tracks. Create a new instrument track for each deck. In the Track Inspector, set the input to your DDJ 200 and select the appropriate MIDI channel, e.g. channel 8 for the left deck, channel 10 for the right deck. Set the output to your loop MIDI port and ensure the correct MIDI channel is selected. Save and test. Save your settings and test the MIDI mappings to ensure that each deck operates independently and sends MIDI messages to the correct channels. By following these steps, you should be able to configure Studio One to send MIDI messages to different channels, resolving the issue with your software receiving input on channel 1. If you need further assistance, feel free to ask.
That's a different thing altogether. Watch this. That's coming in Adam SQ on channel 1. It's going out to Adam SQ. It's going out to KDK on channel 1. Now watch this. Clear. It's coming from Adam on channel 10. So it's going out to KDK on channel 1. They're sending everything to KDK on channel 1. Oops. But that was a mistake. So I will keep. out to BDP channel 1. That shit is not good. So, how is that happening? Studio One is sending everything to key on channel 1 only. So there must be something I can do to prevent such behavior. It seems like some sort of a global situation. Right here. This. I have all MIDI channels. I'm gonna have to split it out somehow. And what somehow is, I don't know if I'm gonna need to make separate MIDI key instruments. Right? That's listening to all channels. It doesn't have that notion of splitting. But like, let's just say for grins, I turned off all and set 8. I know I'm gonna break it, but I just want to see what happens. Possibly focus it on one. All right, Adam SQ. Nothing happening. And come back over here. Channel pad is channel 9, but it's going out to 2, 3, 4. But it's not going out here. And then that's coming on channel 10, and it's not going anywhere. And that's channel 8, and it's not going anywhere. So nobody's sending to our loop MIDI port, and that means that our MIDI key wouldn't be able to get input from loop MIDI port. So it seems that the MIDI key instrument does need to receive input from all MIDI channels, but the only channel in use is channel 1. So if I did like that and clear, I bet Studio One, oops, okay. I'll bet Studio One will send to channel 1 again. In the button will do. Because I can find the controller. Uh-oh. Yeah, look me. It's not. It's sending nobody nowhere. Nope. So apparently, for whatever reason, MIDI key to key does need to listen on all channels. Uh-oh. I'm not getting any output anymore. Let's see if MIDI key to key is running. Do I have 2 instances? And hit a button. What channel? 030D? No. Is that something like that? It's not getting, oh, it's not. It's not getting the input. I broke it. Studio One. Options. MIDI key to key. MIDI chords. Okay, that's all I changed. Now, okay. Stop. Start. Button. Alright. Button. I can see that he's not even trying. Let me hit reconnect. Stop. Weird. He's still not trying. It sees that it's coming on channel 8. Wouldn't it be nice if you could doing mapping inside of Studio One for conversion, like the plugin. Hey, you got a plugin that like gives you the ability to, remap MIDI notes and send it to an output, to another instrument. You receive it on channel 8, you send it out on channel 8. Like do what is intuitive instead of sending it out on channel 1. And now sending it out on no channel, because I touched it. I dared to wrap my little fingers around it. I didn't break the instrument. Let's go look at the track. Oh wait, maybe I need to do it here. Apparently not. DDJ 200. Let's go look at the track. Turn off automation. Alright, this is the instrument. It's the impact associated with the DDJ 200. Sending it out to the DDJ 200. Let's say send your output to the MIDI key to key. Oh, can't do that. I could say channel 8, but that's not going to do it for me. But let's see what happens. So what am I hearing? Input and instrument. So I think that's going to break. But let's see. Hit a button. This thing's still firing. Look at that. Channel 5. Are you shooting me? Where I hit a slider. Can I tell this thing don't listen to control signals? So I don't have to keep doing this thing while I'm messing. Hit this button. That's channel 5. Even in hex, that's a 5. Okay. So that's weird. Let's hit the other pad. It should still channel 5. What did I just click? A software update from Wireshark? It's like that anymore. I must have hit that somehow. Okay. Let's ask this question. What notes are we triggering? At least I have a different channel. So let's see what y'all did. They say, hey, we sent it to MIDI key to key on channel 5. We're sending all the pads to key on channel 5.
Windward 501, leaving my airspace frequency change approved.
Okay, so now I got a plan. Only problem is,
Juliana Tower, Windward 501, frequency change.
let me say that this is going to the impact. See how the impact, when I switch it, I lose the ability because that DDJ 200 impact instrument doesn't have a different channel. So now, can I tell this instrument to listen to channel 8? That would be the key. What is other? Oops. Somehow, this mapping right here, impact ST1, like this looks like all I can do is enable and disable, but not like choose a channel, right? This, I can choose an input to receive from, and I can only choose physical devices. Apparently not from the virtual instrument or the virtual device, the MIDI key. So what I would like to know if I, like, what is this? DJ 200 external devices. MIDI learn? What's that? And then you just hit a button. This might be what I'm gonna have to use. Like, I don't know, if I can I change the octave? Like, I don't want to change anything, but I can put some crazy thing down here, like say, whoops, that, like, I always say, this is a C-1, and I hit that pad, but it's not doing. MIDI learn is on. I hit that. I don't see. So the question is, for external devices, what is MIDI learn mode? In Studio One, external devices, what is MIDI learn mode?
MIDI Learn Mode in Studio One is a feature that allows you to easily map the controls of your MIDI device to parameters within the software. This mode simplifies the process of assigning knobs, faders, buttons, and other controls on your MIDI controller to specific functions in Studio One. Here's how it works. Open MIDI Learn Mode. Go to Studio One Options, External Devices. Select your MIDI device from the list of external devices. Click on the MIDI Learn button in the upper left corner of the device window. Assign controls. Physically move or press the control on your MIDI device that you want to assign. The corresponding MIDI message will appear in the MIDI Learn window. Right-click on the detected control and choose the appropriate function, e.g. button on, off, fader, knob. Assign commands. Right-click on the control in the MIDI Learn window and select Assign. Choose the desired Studio One command or parameter to map to the control. Save and test. Save your MIDI mappings. Test the controls to ensure they are functioning as expected. By using MIDI Learn Mode, you can customize your MIDI controller to work seamlessly with Studio One, enhancing your workflow and making it easier to control various aspects of your music production. If you need further assistance, feel free to ask.
When I open the MIDI Learn window for the DDJ-200, the only thing I see is the bend and mod wheels and a long keyboard. Can I learn or map pads on the DDJ-200 to the keys on that keyboard to whatever octave I want?
Yes, you can map the pads on your Pioneer DDJ-200 to specific keys on the keyboard in Studio One's MIDI Learn mode. Here's how you can do it. Open MIDI Learn mode. Go to Studio One Options, External Devices. Select your DDJ-200 from the list of external devices. Click on the MIDI Learn button in the upper left corner of the device window. Assign pads to keys. Physically press the pad on your DDJ-200 that you want to map. The corresponding MIDI message will appear in the MIDI Learn window. Right-click on the detected control and choose the appropriate function, e.g. button on off, note on a off. Map to specific keys. In the MIDI Learn window, you can assign the pad to a specific key on the keyboard. Select the key you want to map the pad to by clicking on it in the MIDI Learn window. You can also specify the octave by adjusting the key's position on the virtual keyboard. Save and test. Save your MIDI mappings. Test the pads to ensure they are functioning as expected and triggering the correct keys on the keyboard. By following these steps, you can customize the MIDI mappings for your DDJ-200 and ensure that the pads trigger specific keys on the keyboard, allowing you to control different octaves as needed. If you need further assistance, feel free to ask.
It does not appear to me. It says focus is global. When I click on the MIDI Learn button, it turns blue. She didn't get that. Look up that. Let's try a different one. Focus global. Apparently it's in the MIDI Learn. This is how I do control knobs. I've done this before. However, it's not. Oh, wait a second. I remember now. Okay, I have to look at something on the DAW, like velocity. Hold up. go back to the DDJ 200. The only thing is that, right? So now, if I click on this track, and then, I don't know, if I bring up, I think what it is Studio One doesn't really have, let me try this. Studio One doesn't have a mention of what to do with this particular instrument. Oh, wait. Wait. I think I might have figured it out. Oops. Oh, not right now. Come on, guys. Let's say I have the instrument right here. Alright? Now, is there a mod wheel or anything on here?
Juliana Tower, windward 5011 miles north 200 feet to land.
Alright, like this pitch.
Windward 501 Juliana Tower. QNH 101 tree fly left traffic runway 24.
Okay. So now, let me go and hit a button on my controller. Like that, and then with this. No. But look.
Windward
Now,
501, did you hear my last transmission?
are you talking to me? I ain't hear shit. They must be talking about out there. Sample transpose to channel macro control. Knob 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pad 1 X, pad 1 Y, pad 2X, pad 2Y. Who has XY pads?
Windward 501, acknowledge last transmission.
I think that's on a different controller. So time out. Let me wiggle this thing. Roll with this. Nope.
Windward 501, please acknowledge.
Nope. Alright. Well, screw that. Well, press this. I like that.
Windward 501, ATC services terminated. Good day.
That's some ATC shit. That's just. Why is this red with the meta games channel name at all? And what is this? The layers. just added a layer. Layer 1 and layer 2. What just happened? I'm in a bad way. But we use a mouse. Sometimes the controller doesn't allow it to do what I need. Now what? Solo layer, activate layer, high layer, add layer, different layer, remove layer, unpack layer to track, remove layer. Alright, hello, people get to save a lot, edit, no. Layers show hide, automatic transform, always store that, add tracks, add bus, forward, drops, remove, apply. If I say I could add, duplicate, or remove, can't be removed. So you have to have at least a label. Put the figure over here, and I'm back over here. Add, edit, remove, and place. What's that? What I'm supposed to click on this one and click placement. Remove, edit, and that just opens up this. Oh, hello. I got it. I can separate it. It's still not going to solve the problem, I don't think. But what's split channels? But it's looking like I'm going to need that. This one, I cannot split channels. I want this guy to receive from everybody. But I won't right now. But it might be that I need that. I don't want to change it because it was basically working, except everything is going on maybe channel one. All right, on this DDJ 200, I had it on all. That's how I basically had it all set up. But I did change split channels, and I want to see what that does. Go back to MIDI monitoring. This is a bigger problem to solve, but I know what the problem is. So let's have the bottom. That's coming in on channel 10, but it's not going out to anywhere. Right? But when I hit that button, I see key to key triggering. I see DDJ 200, and I see chord. And I see it triggering over here. Now that note right there is a C minus 2, C minus 1, C minus 2. When I grab this and move it, like, how do I C minus 2? It's all this thing. All right, so I can see where the notes are. Split didn't do anything. And if I look at this, it's like 8, 10, but it's the same note. C sharp minus 2. It's clear. Do it again with it. This one and this one. All right. So E minus 2 and clear because I moved that slider. Let's be careful. This one and this one. Channel 8 and channel 10. But E minus 2 on both channels. The problem is that when they send, which they are not currently showing, what? Nope, no sending right now. So key to key loop MIDI port. Well, the loop MIDI, here it is. I got a question. Suppose I created another key to key. Nope, can't do that. This guy can only listen to one at a time. I think they suggest you only run one instance of this. I only ever run one instance and it crashes often enough with some .NET issue that I wouldn't even want to try to run in parallel. Then I'm trying to manage two iffy apps or two instances. So now I'm sitting here thinking, how do I get this to function at all again? If Studio One,
AmeriJet 8577, turn next taxiway.
I'm gonna have to turn it all down. He's starting to upset me. See, loop MIDI, or maybe restart it. Maybe Studio One can't talk to it.
AmeriJet 8577, contact ground on 118. 7.
All right, let's see if that was the problem.
One one eight. 7 for AmeriJet 8577.
Have to reconnect, maybe. This is engineering. Okay, this is what you go through when a regular. Let's just reconnect everything. I'm done try. I really need to top that up. I wish I could pop this thing on, but that's not happening. I did get your parent way off to the side somewhere. Not a whole lot of use. Really? But it's okay. Why? And even if I try to bring up a menu up there, it only pops up on the desktop. Hence, I call this an active icon. It shows you a view, but you can't really use it much. All right, let's go back and hit it. Well, hit this window open. Okay, I know this is useful in that it tells me what key I'm hitting, and I'm way down here. But that's about all it's going to tell me. Like what key is being triggered, which is kind of useful for discovery. But hit a key. That's channel 10, so it's being input properly, and it's no longer being communicated to MIDI key. So I broke that, and I don't know if I have to restart Studio One. because reconnecting the MIDI devices didn't help. So I'm gonna go silent for a second and close it. Testing. So restarting was little to no use. So if I can't get Studio One to start broadcasting what it received anymore, then I'm dead in the water. So I have to get that working again. And restarting it helped not. All I did was come over to MIDI key to key and I made a change, or did I not? MIDI key to key, I have one received from mine, but let's put it on there and see what happens. I don't think it should be receiving from itself. Alright, so I get to get that. Now, go back, iterative, but I'll leave that, go to the PJT, and don't split channels. Well, how about if I say send it to Kingdom and say open? Now Now that might be it. That might be the secret sauce. Reading, cinematic movie. Alright. No dice. Right, say okay. Okay, that's not enough. Oh, it's bad when you broke what you did have working. Nothing's going out. How did I turn off? I have to go back and watch my video. How did I break it? Not immediately. Maybe I got it backwards. Maybe it's. I don't think it's backwards. But I could have. That's not useful right now. I have a view of this cool. I see in, but I don't see out. All notes off. Oh look, I see it out now. I forgot there's like a notion of MIDI notes getting stuck. I think that's what that, like a MIDI panic button. I think that's what I needed to hit because I see that it's sent out to QP that time. At least that control all sounds off signal. So it knows that it exists. And look, it received it. And it received it on channel 1 clear. So now, but it's not sending anything. Channel 2, channel 10. They're being received, but they're not being output. So it's being received by whom?
Windward 805 contact, San Juan Center on 128. 65.
DDJ
Good day.
200. So the DDJ 200 track.
One two eight. 65 windward 805.
Let me switch that to DJ 200. Does that change anything? No. Somehow chord is getting that note also. Now here's key to key. I want to move this track so they're side by side. Alright, now let me click on that instrument. To open an instrument window. He says, I really don't have a LinkedIn track. Right? I'm not a physical device. But I'm like, question, you don't have a show hide automation. Okay, look at that. I think I see a problem. What's this? MIDI key to key instrument. Alright. I like that channel. That might help me figure that out. Okay, now I got it on channel 1. Right? All inputs. I see out channel 1. So now it says channel 8. And I see channel 8. On the back to where it was. But now these are all on channel 8, right? So now, in order to break it apart, I can make another key. No, I can't. Okay. So, what's this? DDJ 200 channel 8. Now what happens? Nothing, that's channel 10. And now that's channel 8. and that's going out on Route Channel Port 9. So now that's channel 9, and this is channel nothing, right? Okay, I'm close. I'm listening to DDJ channel 10. Testing. I'm back. Uh, they didn't like me changing what it's a goof about something's waiting for me somewhere. Now I think I know what that sound is. That's this pop-up error accessing live air traffic. Like, dude, wait a second. This I gotta totally uninstall this dude. He's the culprit. One of these. Why do I think so? What does it say? Oh, this one. Let's close all of these. This one. Roaming myself I simulated packages community fly by wire external tools SimBridge exe. I think this dude's trying to get air traffic info. I uninstalled fly by wire, but I purchased an aircraft which I've never flown, and I don't. I'm tired of that pop-up noise. I'll fix that another day. All right. It's like I have to uninstall it and just remember I have the installer for I think it's the fly by wire Airbus or something. I discovered that that shit has way too many buttons in the cockpit. I don't care how study level it is. I don't want nothing to do with it. This is the window That's the caliper close. Now I should go this way. Alright. Now, hit a button. Alright. Hear the sound. Cool. Hit a button. Channel 8. It came in on channel 10, but we sent it out on channel 8, right? So now I want to see, can I send it out on channel 10? Because it really, I want to keep them aligned, right? So now I have to go and find, this doesn't do anything for me, but I have to go and find the MIDI mapping. Oops, it should be here. Where I did that. Now what do you say? DD 200. It says channel 1. I don't know why I got pointing at channel 1. But key to key, it says channel 8, right? So how about I say channel 10? And just hit the button. And I have 10, 10, 10, 10. So this dude is 0A, which is hexadecimal 10. So stop and we're gonna hit it. I'm gonna hit all 8 buttons. And what do we know? I didn't start. Good. So what? I'm looking for, I'm cheating. I'm looking for my buttons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 buttons. Channel 0A. So although the command is the same, the channel is different and it's being communicated. Now I need to be able to replicate that. I still have one MIDI controller. Now the concern that I have is that this DDJ200 is the input feeding this, and it says listen on channel 1. I don't understand what that is. And what happens if I hit the stuff that's on channel 8? It's also being picked up as 0A. So what I believe I need to do is duplicate this. Turn off automation so I can see the list. Change this to channel 8. Here it is. This one, that's channel 10. This one, and that's channel 8, but it went out to channel 10. Right? So So that's a problem. The duplicate. But it is close. Suppose I say input instead of all input. I say GBC200 channel 10. And this one, GBC200 channel 8. I could collapse that into a group once it's set up and never look at it again. If it works. But lo and behold, channel 8 went nowhere, and channel 10 went out. Okay? So, what is different? Let's monitor it. That would be a pain in the ass. But that's 10. And that's 8. Oh shit. You mean to tell me if you turn off monitoring, nothing's going nowhere? Wait. Yeah. That would be correct. If you don't have that new shit, you don't get it. Shit. Alright. Now, I got note on and different channel numbers. Alright, now let's hit the same button on two different channels. Here. This button and this button. What's the data? E0. Now, let's pretend that's ATC channel choice 1, right? What is it? 9004. 9004. Do they take the channel into account after all that work? Note on E0 velocity. That's the MIDI event. Channel does not that. What is this second value? 9. I think data 2 is the velocity. Yep. So I don't want to react based on the velocity. I could see that. See how it says 9004XX? That's don't care. We don't care about the least significant bytes because that's where the velocity information is. So if I cancel, stop listening, and double click this, let's say I'm going to create the next one. Cancel. I want to back to a target or something. Double click the event, and I say that. And now you see 00 is highlighted. I mean, it's not an XX. I'll deselect. I'm not going to react. But they know what the value is this time. What I want to do is filter by channel. And it blows my mind that I can't. So now, the only way to break those out is I'm gonna be forced to run 2 instances and to have another loop MIDI port. So first thing, I'm gonna cancel. Second thing, I'm gonna run another instance. If I can. And then I'm gonna hope. Alright, but I can pull this off. I'm gonna make another instance. Another loop MIDI port. It just crashed. Restart. These third-party utilities, they're fragile. This thing doesn't want to finish moving, but restart. Okay, I'll rename it over here. Alright, oops. Delete. I'm gonna name this DJ Deck 2 or DJ Right Deck. Oh, but no. Undo. But. What are we expecting that port to be? Key to key space loop MIDI port. What the fuck did I just do? What the fuck? Testing. I'm here. Okay, okay. Now, this is gonna be kind of funky. Does it pick it up right away? No. Is there a refresh? Nope. So funny too. I'm happy to have it. That is what it's doing. Nah. For this dude, I only want to listen to 8 or deck 210. And or listen to channel 10. That's the drum channel too. Alright. Channel movie. Alright. I want to listen to everything except for 8. Well, I shouldn't get an 8 over here, to be honest, right? Okay, so now I need a new instrument. This is key to key, and then I need a different one called well, that's a track. I need a different instrument. Okay. So now I need to make a new instrument. I'm guessing my way that this is gonna work. What is it gonna be? TDC? Did they take that long ass name? Let's see. Yeah, okay. It's I can change the instrument. Right? So let me say, okay. Then I need to reconnect. And so I needed to scan, but when in doubt, what's the least damaging thing I can do? Unplug the one I'm not using right now. And reconnect. And then plug it back in. I'm trying to figure if I can kick the system to go out and rediscover MIDI instruments. That virtual one that I just created by forcing it to reconnect with hardware. And then say okay. And then reopen. Without having to do a full restart. Edit. And it says, hey, I'll take $1 off later. Do I have another option? I hate waiting for this thing to restart. Advanced options. MIDI. Nothing. Oh, cancel. I'll be right back. Close it. Make sure I'm closing all this. Silence is downloading. GG.
FlexJet 465 exit runway when able.
All right. I was trying not to broadcast this level of
FlexJet
detail,
465 contact ground on 118. 7.
but having to troubleshoot the scenario shows you what I had to go through to set it up in the first place.
118. 7 for FlexJet 465.
Alright, let's see if it's available.
Juliana Ground, FlexJet 465, request taxi to the gate.
Yes. I gotta see.
FlexJet 465 taxi to gate Charlie 1 using taxiway.
Is there really a flex jet out there? What the fuck? Flex jet? Hurry the fuck up. Get off the runway. You're bothering me. I can't see anyway. Okay. Well, maybe. Fuck, I thought, I was like contemplating, I was like, shit, I could go to sleep now. It's like, fuck you. Let's see if I'm still here. I'm out. Get back to work. You ain't going nowhere. Oh man, I thought the system was down. I thought I was a solo. Blaming on the CDN. I was like, what the fuck? That was who crashed? OBS? Nope, apparently not. OBS. Something with froze. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, I think that's just gone. Yep. Unstable. Abnormal. But Studio One. Okay, so Studio One should still be here. Yeah, my whole headset froze and shit. I was like, what the fuck? But who MetaQuest Link and Microsoft went down together, right? Because MetaQuest Link's got me reopening Windows. So somebody took somebody down when I tried to enter drone mode. That's what happened there. All right, so where was I? I don't have to be in Flight Simulator to finish this. All right, so listen on channel 10. This is the right side deck of that port. All right, now I do need two of these key things. Oops. And that's unfortunate that you have that two separate instances open. Wireshark wants to play again. Huh, okay. Let me say okay to this. Get you in the background. Testing, I'm still here. Alright. But, is that you? Yeah, there you go. Okay, good. Alright, now I need to pop two of these on. Blank. Blank. Okay, you're going to receive input from well, those are just icons. You're going to receive input from oh no. Well, the original with MIDI play. Oh, you already know about the DBJ tab. Okay, so start listening and stop and start listening on channel 10. You listen on everything. Okay, yep, that's what I said. Clear and hit a key. Right that key. That's channel 10. And left that key. That's channel 8. Okay. So I don't want you listening on channel 8. Channel stop. Nothing on channel 8. You're listening on channel 10. But you're listening to the wrong port. So stop. I want you to listen on channel 8, but not channel 10. That's the left side, but you heard the right side also. Well, that's right there. So now back over here to the tracks. Well, let's start with the device level. Double check everything. Alright. This dude, he's on channel 10. This dude is on channel all. I think I'm gonna need to make a better one. Oh wow, no, I don't want 3 instances. Hold on. I'm gonna say everything but channel 10 on this one. Don't listen to my special case. Alright, stop. Restart. Alright. Channel 8. Nothing on channel 10. Alright. You're still handling. Oh, he's not hearing nobody else. He's not hearing nobody else. What? That's gonna be kind of like that. Why? I'm expecting him to pick up everything except for that right there. Alright, so what did I change? I did not come over here and change Borg or anybody else. That's your automation shit. I don't want that to be default state. Let me turn that shit off on everything. How is that the default state? I don't care about these tracks. I'm gonna delete this. All right, I know what this does. When I need to see it up, open it again. And I don't need to do some moments. Because I'm gonna close this and save my password and see if show hide automation can cease being the default state. Well, that was weird because I was getting like glimpse of Microsoft Flight Simulator and it was flashing me. All right, now hopefully they maintain this view. Or I gotta ask another question somewhere. Hey, Microsoft Flight Simulator, how do you Microsoft, you know, whatever it is I'm trying to say. All right, I discovered that I won't get any input if I don't have these enabled for monitoring. Now, certainly the Forg should be getting input from Forg. And oxygen from oxygen, or Atom SQ from Atom SQ. And Atom, I think that was some special ass weird case. I had to change Atom to none in order to not mess up the Atom SQ or some weird thing. I have to look into that later. Music, piece of audio tracks. Okay, so now here's where the work's happening. This is none, but it should be from the DJ impact. That is the physical instrument, right? But if I do that, this is output or input. That's input from DJ channels. And this is probably supposed to be that. Which means but to receive from other ones, I might have to duplicate this. See, new tracks, somehow automation is defaulting. And this, I don't know, I think I can make this listen to nothing. But maybe that's input all inputs. But that's going to be a problem too. Shit. Maybe that. Let me hit a input. Who's getting it? This guy, obviously, and this guy. And then the other side. These two. This. And this. So he's getting everything. But that means not only is he going to get everything else, so this dude, I told him to listen to everything except channel 10. But nobody's getting that. But this dude is listening to all. Now, I go instruments. That's going out to channel 1. Unmute. Alright. Weird. That's channel 1 again. Let's go in channel 8. It's going out on 1 end. This one is going out on channel 1. But he is seeing it because this instrument is listening to all. this dude's not getting anything yet, right? DJ Deck 2. But I'm telling him, use channel 10. I told you, don't respond to channel 10. He's like, I'm responding to channel 1. If I see a 1 over here, I don't map it. Nope, doesn't matter. Why? Because they don't look at that. They're looking at 9004, which means I don't have a way of preventing that from responding unless I don't map 9004 over on this side. Period. But this one I do. That would be the hope. I'm trying to, well, they don't care about the channel. The channel doesn't even matter anymore. The only thing that matters is the pool. So that instrument, that too, is a function of oh, uh, I don't want to change this yet. What? I can only have one instance of a physical absence. Yes. Okay, so that one has to be all. But okay, this one, this is receive from send to. Let's say receive from all. I wanted to receive from send only, but let's go all. And then put some buttons. This instance isn't responding to all. I think I see the solution. Nope. Shit. Why? Because If I hit this button, oh wow, he's not responding. Oh wow. This guy's not responding to the left half, which is good news. Is he responding to everything else? No. That's good news, right? Well, I find this interesting. The data on this wheel, because I wanted these to be two separate trim wheels. This is B0. Don't care about that. It's 21 and 22. 3F and 4 and 9. That's some very weird shit. Why? Because although it looks like B0, B0 is the command. Channel is 1, data is 2-1, 4-1, then 2-1-3F. Control modulation real least significant bytes. This one is doing the same thing. But every now and again I get that. But no note. I mean, F sharp 4. So I have a similar situation with these two wheels. If F sharp 20 on channel 2, and this is channel 1, channel 2. Now, I can tell the right side not to listen to channel 1. Don't do it. I have to do it over here. Oh shit. That's all. Okay. What else is rich? Regulation. This one. That's mounted to all inputs. With this button. That's how I want to do it. That's going to be another thing. The trim wheel. It's not meant to be used like this. It's like I know. I'm trying to figure out how would you wire it so that it can be used like that. The interesting thing is that what I'm looking at down here doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense, but I have isolated 0A. Well, no, I have removed channel 8 from the right hand side. And I got to figure out why, because I totaled channel 8 down here. So channel 8 is triggering on the left side. And it's triggering down at the bottom because I told this guy listen to all inputs. This one I said you only listen to channel 8. And this dude I said you only listen to channel 10. Right? And then he's like, okay. So channel 10 only triggers when I click over here. What about here? No, the guy who listens to all does. So he's listening to all. Right, and that makes sense. This dude, I said, you listen to channel 8 from the DVA 200 only. Right, so let's clear everybody. I told you listen to all channels, and I tried to tell you don't listen to channel 10. Suppose I say I only want you to listen to channel 9, just for grins. And then I go through my instruments. Well, that's going out on channel 1. That's going on channel 1. That's on channel 1. That's on channel 1. And that's on channel 1. Why are you outputting on channel 1? Because that's some weirdness that Studio One is doing. It says I got an in from DDJ 200 on channel 10. I'm sending it out to 1 and 10. And I'm like, well, who told you to put it on channel one? I don't really, honestly. I didn't, but it does. That's the biggest of the problems. But note that this dude is only getting channel 8. I mean, only channel 10, which is the desired behavior. You know? So I kind of like the one that I have to the right better. Seems more well behaved. He's like, I'm in DDJ deck 2, right hand side, loop MIDI port. I only respond whenever I see something on channel 10. And then I say, well, let me stop you for a minute. And I say, oh, channel listeners, none. Start you again. And he's like, okay, I'm not even listening to channel 10. So that tells me that he's filtering properly, right? So now, if I said, well, go ahead and listen to channel 10. And then I hit buttons. And it's like, well, I'm not listening to channel 10 either. I'm like, well, what channel is 10? Is it 9? Or, oh, the button is to the left. That's channel 10. All right, now, he's like, I'm only listening to channel 10. If it's on channel 10 from any of your devices, I'll, I'll put it, right? And channel 10. Now that can hit all kinds of other stuff. And it will be sent on both channel 1 and channel 10. Right? So if I say, well, I'll tell you what, I'll let you listen to 1 and 10. And he's still not going to get it, right? Only on channel 10. I, because somehow he's not detecting the output from Studio One, which is saying, I'm sending to 1 as well as. Let's do it. What? Probably not there. Will I open another window? Fine. Right. Let's make sure that's not doing anything. That's clear. I hit one button. I got note on and note off. And the note on still like did you see came in on channel 10. It got sent to maybe for channel 1. And it also got sent to out DVD deck to right the main put channel. So why is that? Well, it's DVT instrument channel 10, channel 10. So what happens Receive on channel 10 and send out to channel 10. Hit the button. That's trigger. Now, this dude, he's saying receive all inputs, but put it out on channel 1. Suppose I say, well, receive all inputs and put it out on channel 8. And I stop and I hit a button. And he's like, wow, I'm not listening to channel 1. Let me stop again. But he's like, I am responding to channel 1, but nothing's on channel 1. I'm like, okay, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna let you listen to channel 8. Then I hit a button and go, channel 8, I'm good to go. I'm like, oh, okay. With this button, he's like, shit, I'm listening to this channel too. It's going on 8. Well then, this and this and this. So everybody's output, all output that was picked up by this dude went to channel 8. Now that's unfortunate because I would like a list of potential inputs. Not that one. This one. I want something other than none and all. I want a group of selections. I think I see the solution. Pretty fucked up. Here's the test. I'm trying to think if I could do that. I think I can. What am I forcing myself to do that? Alright, I think I see the solution. This is pretty fucked up. I just said that twice. Duplicate view. Turn off automation. That shit bothers me. I hate when I have to do something that I over and over again, like it's in the opposite default state that I want. Okay, automation is like a secondary thing. That's got to be a setting, a track setting. automation. Nope, no default automation. Uh, but I just default state is show automation. No, please die. Is that up here? Which what what is that? Macros. Input quantile. Toggle ripple edits. Show high. Info feedback. Launcher. Scratch pad. Press is on. Edit zoom. Okay. There must be something that I don't remember that I have somehow screwed up. Oh, maybe that's it. There. Is that going to do? At least I have a global automation toggle, right? But what's the default state? Whatever. At least I know how to do it all at once. Okay. Maybe it's over here in this here. Automation follows events. No. I think we have to turn that off. All right. Let's save my project. I blanked out when that happened. Okay. Now, hopefully that's fixed. All right. So now, here we go again. I have a new track. On this new track, I'm using my MIDI key instrument and channel one. Okay. Now, I don't want all inputs on this one. I want that to be Adam. Did I do that? So Adam is on channel one. This one is none for now. Wow. If I hit my Adam, MIDI key to key instrument. I got I don't know what the fuck instruments I got now. I'm confused. Why? Because I got this for Unreal, so I could ignore that. I haven't used it in a while. But I had this instrument, which is going out to this port, and it's sending everything, right? Except for 10. What? It's receiving everything except channel 10. And that might be an issue. It's an instrument that I created. It sends its output to the root MIDI for a key to. Right? And it receives everything except for anybody transmitting on channel 10. But then I created another instrument called PDT DDJ200. And those are the two that are in play. Answer this. So I only have two virtual, well, homemade virtual instruments, custom instruments. And one says, I listen to everything. You listen to or send to? I believe he's sending to this port. Listening to all channels, receiving input from all channels, sending to that device, right? But then, and it's a little confusing to keep this all straight, right? Because so here's that instrument, and I have channel 1 selected, and that says receive input from the atom, send it out on channel 1 of that instrument. And that instrument says, okay. Well, I forward that to my output port. And the instrument says, I'm listening, in this particular case, to all. In this particular case, to all except some channel. I don't know. It's like, I probably need a diagram, like a box with input lanes and output lanes for the instrument and the port. And try to figure out the port mapping, right? Because just looking at it going back and forth between windows sometimes gets confusing. I was trying to figure it out based on the actual behavior. But what I'm thinking is that, okay, these are just track names. This is the atom. And this is saying, use this MIDI key to key instrument and channel 1. If I hover, can I get some help? Like, when you tell me, I just say okay to this for now. Instrument channel. You know what I mean? What? Instrument channel. So this instrument channel one. I don't know the direction. This is input, so I'm suspecting this is output. Output this to the instrument channel one. Right? So suppose I say channel two on those two. I think that's actually the input. He's saying listen to my instrument on channel two. Right? I don't know, I'm guessing my house off right now because it gets confusing fast. But nothing's happening over here. All right, now if I say 8, he's still not doing nothing because you're not touching the atom. So he's like, my input's coming from atom. And now he's like, okay, I'm dealing with atom and I'm sending it out on channel 8. So this is say send it to my instrument, which just happens to be some virtual instrument with a virtual port. Communicate with that instrument on channel 8, please. And then the person will have about channel 7. And I hit the button on the atom. That's the physical input. And well, I can't listen. I'm generating it and I'm sending it out to that port on channel 7. And he's like, I'm not listening on 7. So I stop and say, okay, well, listen on 7 also. And now he's like, okay, I got that on channel 2. So this number here is the output of the instrument. So this is okay. This is input to the track. This is where the track is sending its output. The output is being sent to channel 7. Right? Now, am I getting any notes? Yes. So I am triggering a sound. Now, who's playing the sound? Because this instrument is not an impact. I'm looking up at this list and I don't see an instrument that I would expect to be triggering, but I do have an atom track up here. Atom impact. So if I click that, that's in bank B. Come on, please. Be good to Papa. There. Big.
Okay.
Big. Big. Alright, so the atom is doing its job. Right? He's like, alright, I'm atom impact. on the instrument, the atom is going to the atom track is just a track I dropped off on it. And I said, associate that track with an instrument. And it's like, okay. So I'm now asking, how is the atom instrument getting its input? He's got a, you know, a preset, a sound set or whatever, a trigger. And then this right here is saying, I'm going to be triggered by the atom only. So I set that up in the instrument. So that's how the instrument is triggering. The track name, the instrument, and the instrument has its input mapping. He says, hey, I'm listening to Adam. And then what's this? Not only knows all to remember that. These are all of the mappings for all of the paths. And I can disable the output channels in the channel view so it's not cluttered by turning checkboxes like that. But anyway, that's a whole other topic, not important. So now, if I go back to the instrument that matters right now, the DDJ 200, he has an instrument called the DDJ 200 Impact, right? And I go look at it, and he says, well, I'm not associated with anything. So I'm going to say, well, how about you be associated with the DDJ 200? And in this case, he says, well, channel one. I'm like, what? What makes you special? Right? And I'm like, no, I don't want that. I really wanted to be all. Just like the atom. Do I want that? Not really. Nope. I only want you to be associated with DDJ 200. But all channels of the DDJ 200. Right? And I'm like, well, let's go look at Adam. But Adam is actually set to be none. And now, if I hit something on this, I'm not getting any sounds, right? That's channel 8, and that's channel 10. They are being routed. But the DDJ 200 Impact is currently not playing. Now, does it have sounds? It does have sounds. What's the difference? Well, the DDJ 200, what that the thing will be on my DDJ 200, it should be off and turn off split channels. and say, okay. Now I think I know what channels is for. Look, it no longer has that. Alright, so what's it? Okay. We still has that capability. It's still saying to key to key, but no audible output from this instrument. It is enabled, and I'm expecting that this DJ200 track should just be triggering this instrument, but apparently I broke it when I changed split channel. Alright, so now I got a problem with that. That DDJ200 is playing all of those notes the same. So now I think I've got it on that side. I think I need to duplicate this one. Ah, goodness gracious. I was hoping it would be easier. Uh, uh, I want to go and split channels. Now that I know what it does, if this works, it will be true. Split channels. No, that's going to be PJ Impact, and that's going to be PJ Impact. I'll make that DJ200. I'll make this DJ200. What? This is going to be China 8, but this is going to be China 10. When I'm going to hit buttons and look to see the jumps, monitor. Now, DJ200 Impact 2. I'm going to that was the sound to it. I'm going to make this the sound. I'll take this one. Copy. Paste. Paste. I wish you could multi-snap. Whoops. Faster. Wasn't on a faster. That worked. Now, I get it. So let's just work on this side. Everybody's seeing it. Why is that not selected? And why did that shit just disappear? This is channel 8 and 10. Trace this on all inputs. On my options. Oh, that's the instrument. Channel 10. The other one. Channel 8 ending up over here. And channel 10 is ending up over there. And they still are getting the same note. Yep. So that's the only way I can imagine spread it out. Two different ports. That's fine and good for those two. They are definitely mutually exclusive. But what about the other instruments? It's like you like one application, these two windows to be child processes of one application. And then you can have as many of those as you need running. Okay. So I could take action over here. That tells me that I can't have anything on, let's go look at the buttons. No other pad that's going to feed that side over there. And at this point, I guess I would try all and try this again. All of that is in the 0 register, right? And then I come over here. So C0, anything is 0, that's only for the DDJ 200. I can't have zeros on any other MIDI pad. So Atom SQ, Oxygen, nobody. Nobody can mess with 0. Zero notes. Now, this dude's listening to all, and those are still separate, right? Now, this side over here, I want to also register.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I can't. The Korg is not working. And neither is Atom SQ. And neither is the wonderful, mystical, magical camera audio. So, what makes the one that does work work? Atom is triggering. So let's look over here. Atom is going channel 7. Oh, but then I'm trying to what? Input from the auto. That's why I was splitting that out. All right, so this has to say input from LMSQ and channel 6. Okay, so I need one for I'll reorg it later. So duplicate this. Lion dance, Chinese New Year. Okay, I need this one to be an audio. I don't know, trying to fill it. Okay, messed up. Oh wait, actually, gotta keep it monitored. If it's not monitored, it ain't gonna work. It's a lot to keep in your head. I can tell you that. Now, what are you looking for? All right, let's start removing these tracks. I'll do that after. Okay, so I can do one task, but I want the numbers. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 215. Complete. 4. I don't know. Channel. Good. Wrong. Wrong device. All right, please not play anything there. Not monitor. I can see the potential for collisions. Wow, because no arm is 9-0. If they don't take the channel into account, that's where you run into your problems. Because you can have multiple controllers triggering the same note value. They all have to use a 9-0 command. And then the data for the note 2 easy is note on for A#3. Now, the good thing is that I have the program that lets me reprogram what notes are on the nanopad. And I can also change the notes on the Atom and the Atom SQ pads. So I'm thinking through that because that's looking like I'm going to have to look at next. Wow. You can't be trying to trigger autopilot change and be signaling air traffic control because they're both using the same note, but they're on different controllers. So it's, yeah, you'd have to write up a whole freaking matrix for this shit if you wanted to document it. So, it could be repeatable. Because I know that I'll never, ever, never, never, ever, never gonna want to be this again. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did I get them all? I got 5 controllers. M audio. I'm only using 4, am I? 4? No, and a DJ. Okay. M audio, 4, DJ, Atom, and Atom S2. How many tracks do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Apparently 6. Why? Because I had to have an extra one for the DJ. Because of the way that device is, the way it operates. Which means I can label it. Now, the good thing is I managed to get away with only needing 2 instances of this app, which I consider suspect. All right. It's been stable. It's been more stable than everything else today, it seems. Okay. So that's the I'm gonna have to literally go and run my hand across this keyboard. But I really only want to use its pads. And the good thing is that it seems to be going from E4 to F5, right? Now, that's the next question. Why? Because I don't play with that one much anymore. So I'm like, can you change that? But I'm leaving that one out of the picture. At least I have an idea of what it's generating. And its commands are nines and eights also, notes on and notes, right? And it's on channel 4, and then it's got its data and velocity. Okay, so that's an audio, right? And then we start. And then metal pad, I have to go, I'll just take the pointers. Add switch banks. Did I get notes? Yeah. The good news is based on what I hit. It looks like it's in the D#6 to C7. Is that correct? I just hit a bunch of unknown invalids on that bank. Switch back to the original bank. I do have some invalids on that also. So I find out that interesting because I didn't get any audio either when I hit those buttons. Here's atom impact. And that it's triggering, but an atom is selected. And it's not muted and it's orange. Let me hit that. Yeah, there's some overlaps. Yeah. Right, but it's functional and it's going across. Right? Right. Check. Okay. That's cool. Atom is functional and it is communicated. Check. It's not going off on the left, and he's using channel 7. Why 7? Because here it came on channel 10 and then went out on channel 7 because I told you that when you hear Adam, don't know. I say, hear Adam, send it to Adam. But I also told you that when you're dealing with Adam down here, go out to channel 7. It doesn't really matter because this dude doesn't take channel into account anyway. Okay. Now, this side is still clear, which is great. So now Adam SQ, it's playing, and Adam SQ is coming out on channel 6, as I told you to go out channel 6 when you receive input from Adam SQ. All right, I got that. So this guy is really the router. It's not responsible for doing anything but receiving input from the controller and routing it out to the appropriate channel. And the note collisions, because that's G4, like I'm responsible for moving things into different octaves so we don't collide inside the aircraft. Okay, I got that. Now, moving down the list, that's channel 8. He doesn't care about channel, but at least he's down in 0. And at least they're separate. And this guy is the right control side. Check. And then Ford is going over to the left with everybody else. And he's in F3. C3, CD, or yeah, CDE. He's in the F. Nope, that's sharp. That's chromatic. C chromatic. D4. D sharp. So yeah, I'm gonna have to split things out, move them across. It looks like I don't have to worry so much about the who's the 0 1, the DJ? Yeah, good. Because I can't do anything about him anyway. Whatever he puts out, he puts out. Unless this document's gonna tell me that you can change it. Those are control signals. These are ducks. Touch, I had been getting a separate note from touch and rotate. -1, good. I'm glad they put it down in those octaves that you don't really sing or play in, except for that F sharp 6. But I won't be hitting any FX. But even that's above singing, right? Most people are in C, C2 sometimes, C2, 3, 5. So all of these are outside. Whoever did that was pretty smart. Although A sharp 5 seems, yeah, 6, 7, 9, 6, and then those are control signals. Okay, and then negatives. But I swear I was getting 0 on pads. These are pads with a shift. A shift. Oh, that's interesting. Columns. MIDI channel. Note. MIDI data. Decimal and English. I get it. These are the notes. But that B4, play pause button, don't hit that. That's C5, Q button, yeah, probably don't want to hit that. The -1 and the zeros, I'm okay with. 6 and 7s, I'm okay with mostly. I'm just trying to figure out how much space I have. If you got 12 notes on the scale and you have 2 banks of 16, that's the 17. So I'm 24 of 8 is 32. It's like I have 8 notes of potential collision in between the atom and the atom SQ. But I'm only for this, I'm not going to be switching banks. So I still need 16 notes that are distinct on the atom and the atom SQ. And I'm not going to worry about this. So the atom, maybe I'll put that somewhere like C2, C3. That's 24 notes. And then atom will be C4 and C5. Like the atom, I don't care which is which. I always think of atom as the first thing. So maybe atom is C2, C3, and the atom SQ is C4, C5. But let's think about banks. Some of the sound set do span banks A and B, at least the first half of bank B. So that would be 16 plus 8, 24. That would be 2 full octaves. Okay, so 2 full octaves. That's it. I'm never gonna use the full bank of bank B if I try to expand. Why? So that way I know where they sit. So that means the atom would be C2, C3. All right, let's say I skip 4. Then I would be trying to use C5, C6. But now I'm running into this B6 on the DJ, and I don't want that. That you could hit a button by accident. Is there anything other than an F6? B C6, 7 and 9. I don't care about those. But here, look, I got a B4 and a C5. Q, play pause. Do not hit Q, play pause. B4, C5. Because I have a couple of notes that are thankfully on things that I don't need to use. Where's the Q and play pause button? Oh shit, wait a second. Uh-oh. I have 2 of those. I did want to use the Q and play pause. So I think I'm gonna unmap. Yeah, okay. Why? Because truth be told, I don't really care what the notes are as long as I know what notes on a button. So when I have these little exceptions on like the atom, let's say C5 and D4, because I do need to use these Q and play pause buttons. I don't need shift because I'm not reaching for any shift. Let's see. 8 and 10. If you did shift, you're using channels 9 and 11. Okay. So yeah, I got it. The one that I cannot change is the main. I was gonna say master, but you can't say that anymore in engineering. Master branch. What's the other one? The slave branch? Come on, man. You ain't woke. This is crazy shit. Critical race engineering. All right. So I get it. When I run into the conflict, I go to the atom and pick a note that's not used and replace it. I'm like, oops, I didn't mean to hit, flight level change. Okay, so I got it. I'm glad I came and looked at this chart because now it makes sense to me. Back over here, I gotta do a remove. Well, my dogs want some attention there. All right, maybe I'll let the dogs have some time before they start eating something. Okay, so when I come back tonight, it is tonight, right? When I come back tonight, I have to rename these and we'll continue on with the mapping. But now we have taken care of collisions, at least in our brain. But the main thing is that I have gained control of the right side and split it away from the left side. And I can see the data sliding out. So what I'll wind up doing tomorrow is I'll double click on the velocity of the M7F, and then I'll add a new keyboard shortcut to note on G0 velocity 127. I'll rename that. And you know what? I might start leaving these and just prefixing it with the actual command if the text field will allow. Right. Yeah. Why? Because when I throw it away, I don't have any real clue to track it down to which controller it's on, right? All I know. But now if I start having controllers mapped to different octaves, I look at the octave and say, oh, that's the atom. Oh, that's the atom SQ, right? And here's the octave right here. And the note in the octave, that's the 0 octave, note G. Um, you know, so cancel out of here. So thankfully, I haven't done a boatload, but I can probably go back and edit the ones that I did create. I can come over here and say, what? Choose an action to edit. This dude has, oh wait, I forgot. That's the active icon. It doesn't have a context menu. All right, you know, a combo box. I don't remember. A list. But you see all of this? These tell me I did play with that. Thermals display, toggle right, flight assistant, toggle taxi ribbon. I had all of these notes mapped. And this one, B3, note on HB3. But I don't know what device that's on. So I need to put the device in the name also. Because one of my devices does give me an H/B3. I think this is the Atom. I think that's Atom. So I need to come in and insert the names. So that way, if you do forget, you can say, okay, to toggle the VR toolbar, I want to hit the D4 on the Atom, right? And eventually you'll memorize, as the notes go in order. So you'll be able to go straight to the button until your muscle memory takes over and you remember what's what. But these are the things that you want to be able to control. You want to use a flight assistant, you want to turn off the nameplates, turn off the taxi ribbon, turn off the landing ribbon, like all that kind of stuff. Toggle the CFD, that's not thermal, that's airflow or something. I gotta figure out what that is. Yeah, let's see. Toggle the 3D thermals display. Bring the flight simulator to the foreground. I already wrote that script. Go to the main escape menu. And I have two bars toggles mapped, B3 and B4. C3, bring the flight simulator to the foreground, and C2. So if I remember correctly, one of those is probably was obviously duplicate, but one might be for the atom and one might be for the atom execute. So if I click on that and say edit, it's not going to tell me, but it tells me at 99.24, we don't care about the velocity, so it's like that's node on C3, the velocity happened to be 43 when I hit it. How hard I hit the button. But anyway, if I get some stuff in these names and cancel, I get a bunch of space over here. I'm glad. I don't know if that grows if I try to stretch this window anymore. Can I? That window cannot be resized. Nope. So we do have a bunch of space. So we can put atom in there, oxygen, or right? And the actual thing that it does inside the simulator. Yeah, I think that would be enough. So at least I'll be able to come to this list and say, I know what command I'm looking for. Where is it? Oh, it's on the 4, no, on D4. So this was a mistake when I just put ATC panel choice 1, 2, 3. But I know I can go back and I should be able to edit this name. I hope. Edit. Yeah, right here. So I gotta edit some names. And the last and major thing is to understand about those platters. And apparently, I have a jog platter, which is on top, and the wheel side. And touch. And I can or do not need to hold the shift. So if I think, is this deck 1 group figure? Oh no, that's just the legend D1. So D1 is the top. Here's the beat sync button and the shift button. D4 and 5 is the play, pause, and key button. Okay. So D1, did they call this one D2? No, it's just saying you got another set over there. All right, so D1 is these two. D2 beat sync, D3 tempo, play, pause, D4 D5 cue, D6 shift. And then the mixer stuff is in the middle. And then the effect is F1 and the pads P1 through P8. Settings, vinyl mode. Vinyl mode cannot be turned off via the PBJ 200 to turn vinyl mode off, send it on every license. Using an application. So vinyl mode must be default. So what does vinyl mode mean? It's the way that jog wheel works. We're in vinyl mode by default. Okay, that's fine. So let me go see what that FX is. Just okay. Transition phrase sync on. But The only thing I care about right now is D1. So if I go to D1 deck, all right, so platter and wheel side on the job. All the functions assigned on the right deck are the same as those on the left deck, showing you know. All right. Now, what I would hope is that they're on different channels. So channel 1, 2, final mode on and off, channel 1, channel on, 34, channel off, 35. What channels? Left deck is channel 1, right deck is channel 2. MIDI channel deck. So they made the deck 1 and 2. All right, so that's good. That means I can split those. I just have to figure out how, but it will be the same as me doing 7 and 8 and 10. So 1 and 8 go together, and 2 and 10 go together. Let me see if I can do that right now without doing the work. No, I cannot. Well, I got channel 10 and channel 8. Right? So I need 2 more. I need to duplicate this. Complete and up there. So it's not just duplicating track, but it's in its settings. So they have to be monitored. And I think I want channel 1 and channel 2. Now, what's going to be sent? Is it going to potentially collide? No. Why? Because we're sending control signals. Although it does collide when you touch, it's going to hit an F sharp 3. And if I were shifting, which I won't, it would also send me G7. So right now, if there's anything on the F sharp 3, I'll probably hear it. So I'll turn the wheel. F sharp 2. All right. That's showing up as an F sharp 4 over here. And breath. Okay, in this particular case, when I map this, I'm going to have to take data 2 into account to trigger forward on the trim wheel and back, 41 and 3 back. All right, and then on this side, 41 and 3F, that's on channel 1. and the right side is channel 2. So the control signals are coming through, and that's good. So now I can do aileron trim and rudder trim. Okay. Whoops. Where'd that window? Where'd that window go? Okay. Good. And then I just have to label this and then group and hide it from myself because it's taking up a lot of space. Right. Select, shift select, and then long press, keep tracks. That's what you don't want to. Did it do it? Let me focus. It's not responding. Get rid of the shift button. Are those grouped? Yeah, they're in a group. Now, for groups, how do I collapse a group? Group, or group. I don't know. Collapse all tracks. Well, all right. I want to minimize my group. With my track list. I might need a folder. Oops, select, unshift, grab, move tracks, collapse the folder. There you go. All right. So now I'll be so nasty. I'll come back tomorrow. I'll rename this stuff, and then I'll organize. Say just save it now. So we're going to be able to play any aircraft like an instrument. The fun part is when I start assigning DAW sounds to functionality. Autopilot engaged. You know, I'll probably make Copilot say all that stuff. Flight level change selected. Heading hold engaged. Only thing is that toggles, right? If I'm just, I don't know, I'm gonna consider engaged the fact that you engaged the button. I don't care, if it turns it off and I say engaged, or turns it on and I say engaged. I just wanted to use the word engaged. That sounds so sci-fi. I don't want to say selected, you know. Flight level change selected. Flight level change selected. Engaged. It just sounds so different, right? And then you can stack the sounds together. You get the click on that pad, right? And you get the like that way you can swap out the sounds but still keep the voice. I don't want to be recording the click onto the same track as the voice. That'll be harder. Well, because the voice is on channel 7-8 and the clicks are on channel 5-6. And then I have to copy, paste the click onto the vocal track and then merge the event and then drag the event onto the pad. What? Yeah, instead of just recording the click that I want, dropping it on the pad, dropping the voice onto the pad, stacking it. That's the other thing. When you drag and drop onto the pad, do you have the option to replace or to combine? But this project, yeah, this is like probably a week-long project because this is like I did a day on it before I even broadcast it yesterday. So this is day 3. And I'm still probably not at the 50% part. But the hard part, getting your mind around all that would need to occur and separating out the devices and looking at the channels and finding out what the trade-offs, what the pitfalls, the encumbrances are. It's like, oh man, I just want you to click a button and I wanted to activate the function and give us some audible feedback. Come on, man, that's a 2. It's like, get the fuck out of here, bitch. A 2. Yay, this guy, hey, did you hear that? I don't know what's wrong, man. Yeah, they're gonna let you go. You're not fast enough. I hired you to accelerate my developers. You do it, motherfucker. You do this shit and try to remain sane when you got some dumbass wannabe manager hovering over your fucking check-ins. You should spend more time reading how to win friends and influence people, the mythical man month, or what is that shit? Month March? The mythical man month? Well, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. No, I really don't. I don't care to know either. Okay. Okay, whatever. I'll just pack my bags and take this shit to fucking. Who's the competition? Somebody with some fucking sense in here. I I quit. I'm gonna be a music producer. They're coming for my shit. Don't answer that. What the fuck? WGS 84 Globe. I hate fucking globes. Make this shit behave like Google, please. Oh, shit. I should have known, but I don't mind. But I won't even go down to Madagascar. Okay, yeah, I think I'm punch drunk. I had enough. We will be flying this motherfucker like an instrument soon. It's like, what are you doing, man? I can see the ass though, looking at this shit. Like when you actually go through a project like this, you're like, yeah, do you see this motherfucker right here? This needs to be one .NET application with some exception handling. And you can have as multiple instances. And you know, by the way, we want to go ahead and include this loop MIDI shit. Where is it? We want this dude to be part of the application, and then we want this whole motherfucker right here. This we want some free and open source MIT license fucking MIDI mapping, you know, solution from GitHub. And we want all of this in one application, and we want to wrap that in a plugin that you can load into Microsoft Flight Simulator. And oh well, I guess we're gonna have to kick out for Studio One. We get that on a corporate license agreement because there's no motherfucking way anybody can contain that shit. Are you gonna create a whole DAW? Oh, well, can't we just drag and drop audio files into our little app and have it trigger those so you don't need to use the DAW? Okay, so now we need a MIDI controller, you know, machine application that you can plug in arbitrary third party MIDI controllers into. So we want an app that you plug MIDI controllers into. You can do the MIDI mappings however you want. You can add audio files to it, and it's a plugin for Microsoft Flight Simulator. So are you just gonna go ahead and spin off a whole nother company? How many people we talking here? QA, right? Oh no, this is just a prototype. Thanks. I think you know, I'll let my resume ride for a while on LinkedIn. You're fucking out of your mind. I like off the shelf. Little fucking crashes every now and then. That's all right. It's not open source. I think I had to buy one app. I'm still not happy with it yet. What? I want to use this little pad down here as a mouse. But now it's no longer feasible because even if I can move the mouse, I've already decided what all these buttons are for. It makes more sense that it's my air traffic, this is my PFD button bank. Or it's a PFD MFD combo. Yeah, that's what that is. Hey, I think this one today the other sense. I was gonna say that should not be possible. Loop MIDI. Can I move you? Windows shift right. Thank you. Get up 9K. I don't know what to do with this. I'm caught. It's like I'm way over here. That's this way over there. Let's see what happens. I want to see if I can get out of that. Reset view. Non-functional. Whoops. And I should have my feet in my rudder pedals and my hand on my controls, so I know if I'm really centered. Because these windows is wherever they want to be right now. There should be a breakpoint where these things want to curve. I guess it's there. Maybe because this one's here. No. For the size of this window, it only curves right here, which means those will curve. There's a whole lot I have to say about layout, but I would prefer we could lay it out more precisely with more flexibility. But for now, we're in the early phases. As soon as oops, oh, there you go. That's the thing. When you overlap, they snap and hide. Like, apparently they don't want to be that close. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Layout, they're not very flexible. Like, they have their own desires, and they're like, nothing you can do to change it. I'm like, what the fuck? What, explain the algorithm, please. I'm not getting that many views, and I've been monetized for a week. As soon as I got monetized, my views went down. I like monetized. Boy, it wasn't if it weren't for royalty free music, I would never even have hopes of being monetized. I had to find the dark web to stream because I'm listening to, Cool in the Gang, like James Brown, Michael Jackson, Prince, Commodores. Man, I was working on funk, salsa, smooth jazz, some Pink Floyd, a lot of house music for about 8 years on the dark web. And now I'm trying to go mainstream. I could have had a channel by now. Like, I probably would have had to change my whole, approach to broadcasting, educational, technical information with commentary. uh, but, it's never too late to turn over a new leaf. So, you know, someone out there's got to be somebody. Because I remember when I was a certain age and I was considering what I wanted to do with my life, and I was into 3D graphics, still am. That's the thread that ran through my whole life, waiting for virtual reality to become real instead of just, Tron, Ready Player One, Lawnmower Man, augmented reality with, the Terminator and the Matrix and stuff like that. But I didn't have anybody to go to. Nobody that I could watch over their shoulder to see what that shit's really like. It was all reading books and magazines and, doing little experiments on a machine that could barely draw, a Cartesian coordinate system without you jumping through 1,000 hoops in assembly language, trying to map out because the memory addresses were weird. So it's like it wasn't like you just draw a line. It's like, well, you draw this segment and you draw this segment and then this one and then boy, you got to calculate a whole lot of offsets to get that vertical line. It's like, oh man, what the fuck? But it was worth it. Now it's like drag and drop. Talk to Llama 3 or, OpenAI, ChatGPT. But they're coming so fast. Magnum opus. They're coming so fast you don't know what fucking a GPT-4 or what's the latest shit? Sora. It's like, oh man, gee. How do you keep up? Watch, Matt Berman and Wolf and all the other dudes with the channels and shit. Hey, we gotta go to Hugging Face and install this shit. And now it's getting to the point where, it's gonna be like the next thing, right? Get an EC2 instance running whatever model you want for, don't forget to turn off the machine. Whatever we call you. As much data as you want for free up to a certain limit. Running AI in the cloud. Hopefully Jensen figures out something about, how to put that stuff up under the polar ice caps without, creating a tsunami. How are you gonna cool it, man? Oh, we're talking about, putting it into orbit. You got Starlink, shipping the data back and forth. Global warming? Everybody's using AI? Wait. And we gotta stop eating Terry Black's barbecue. Like, hold on, wait a minute. Damn, throw a half a cow up on that Grace Hopper Blackwell combo you got over there. What is smoking barbecue pit? Hey, more barbecue. How about that? Y'all need to get together. Mesquite cooling. What? Yeah, throw some logs of mesquite. I don't know if you have to soak it in some water, and then because it'll probably burn up too fast. Throw the mesquite on top of the rack, the server rack. Then you throw the The half cow on top of that. They gotta harness that energy, man. Use the thermals, come up with some kind of ramjet technology where, hey, heat is good. We're just kind of spin these turbines and generate electricity and feed it back into the system. Why should we let all that hot air go to waste? Reclaiming thermal energy. What? Time to go to sleep.